Greetings!
I am here to save thee, Kristoff, to deliver thee from thy mortal shackles.
I'm Jim Raynor, Marshal of these parts.
Hello, my friend.
Hello everyone, welcome, happy Sunday, welcome Paratwise, XCOM, and Dinoa, and Com, thank you so much for 12 months of resubs. Wow. Wow. Thank you. I really appreciate the subbing and channel support, and it's great to see you. We've been missing you for a while, but I think you streamed... Wait, was it yesterday or today? I couldn't catch any of it because I was barely waking up when I saw you stream and then you ended, so I couldn't catch your stream actually, but it was great to see you stream anyway. Welcome Emelandil and welcome Thor. How are you? How is everybody today? Good to see you. Up to you, but if you do everything possible before you start, I'd recommend that you take the game up to the level scaling offer. I will take it, yeah, I will take it. Hey Woozy Dice, good to see you as well. I'd recommend doing the White March Part 1 before main story Part 3, then White March Part 2. Okay, I will consider that. We might actually do White March soon then. You streamed yesterday. It's nice to be back. You enjoyed the break. That's good. That's great. If you needed the break, then yeah, it was the correct decision for sure. A break really helps. We'll get back to those good old days. I'm looking forward to catching one of your streams one of these days. Come, missed too many of them. Hey Trick Me, great to see everyone today. It's great to see you as well. I hope you are all doing well this Sunday, probably a hot Sunday. If you know, like if it's like the rest of the week for you, it is for me. It's pretty hot in here. I got the AC on. Tough to stand really. We are going to play some DF with the stream in the background. Wait, what's DF? You had to leave about halfway through yesterday. Can you get a quick summary? Yes, you can. I'm blanking. Is it the game that we've been talking about? Dwarf Fortress. Oh, okay, it's not the game we've been talking about. Dwarf Fortress. All right, Amalando. Of course, enjoy Dwarf Fortress. I will do my best to be a good background noise for you. Oh, Darkful. You are very welcome, Trick Me. You are very welcome. And yeah, how is everyone doing today? I hope you are having a lazy but also productive Sunday, if that's something that can actually happen. I don't know. It's either one or the other usually. White March is quite long. Could have been its own game kind of long. Oh, really? So I don't know when the part 1 starts. I have no idea actually. You return with ice cream. Well, that's snack enough. What kind of ice cream is that? You are totally having a lazy Sunday today. Blanket energy. That sounds great. That sounds great. But what blanket? Is it not hot there? Do you really have blankets on, or are you just, you know, lying down like a blanket? So if White March is a long thing, maybe 30% of your playtime was White March. Not super sure about it. So okay, let's talk about what I did yesterday, so that we can maybe further talk about when to start the poll and how to do the order of stuff. You know that sandwich ice cream with vanilla ice cream and covered in chocolate? That's one. I think I do. Definitely laying down like a blanket. Okay, that's perfect. I will actually jump into the game and show you.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
And Andino, what's up? Thank you so much, Andino.
And Denova just subscribed.
Thank you. I really appreciate the sub. Thank you. You work really hard to be a lazy potato. Yes, it takes work to be lazy, you know? It's not as easy as people think. It takes a lot of mental work as well. So I'm proud of you, Trick Me. I'm proud of you. So a lot of things happened yesterday, especially those who missed the second half and the ends have missed a lot. So you will instantly recognize that we recruited our final non-DLC companion, if you are familiar with the game. We got the Grieving Mother. So, but we will get here. I'm going to tell you what we did. So yesterday, after doing some endless paths, congrats on passing 1,000 streamed hours. Oh, it's not 1,000 streamed hours, Mark. No. It is 1,000 hours of critical hits games, so it is, you know, it's not active right now. That timer works only 3 times, 3 days per week, and only when I'm actually playing the game, and then I'm also playing other games 2 days a week. So actually, that makes me curious. Let me see how many hours I have actually streamed. It should be somewhere. Now you made me curious, Brittany. It should be somewhere in my achievements. Oh, it is 1,850 or something like that. Yes, I found the companion Buffy blurted out. That's fine. That's fine. I was, you know, I already kinda, not really, but kinda knew that we would find a cipher companion. 72 hours Bookground Adventure stream celebrate. I don't think so. No. You have to bite your tongue, but Mitchell was talking about wanting a cipher companion. Yes, so we are going to talk about the companion later. But first things first, what happened yesterday? A quick recap. So we did the endless paths, level 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, and reached 9, but we didn't start 9. And then we did 2 of the bounties. And then we explored these 4 maps completely, doing Sagani's part of the quest in the process. So after that, so Parrot, you might remember I was having trouble with the Crucible Knights quests. It turns out that it was actually in my quest log and I simply missed. I noticed that I had it and I completed it, which put an end to every side quest I had. So we did the field battle with Lord Gathbin. We won barely. It was a difficult war. We actually couldn't recruit Captain Emery's help. She refused to help us, so we had to fight against her also, and we barely won, but we did. And we claimed, you know, sovereignty. Not sovereignty, we are going to be paying taxes, but no one is challenging us in Cadnoa. How many casualties? So no one in our party died. But I lost every Crucible Knight that came to help me during the actual war scene, the story interaction scene. And then in the actual combat, I think only one archer lived. Yes, the party plus, I think one archer lived, everyone else died, so... but it was a good scene. If anyone catched it, I took care to, you know, kill everyone before killing Captain Emery and no, I think Captain Emery died, but I killed everyone else but Gathbin, and then I killed Gathbin, and it really felt very satisfactory. The Protectors of Cadnoa. I don't remember actually. Maybe I will have to. Oh, so 4 of them died. Okay. 4 of them died. I forgot about it. You're right. I should hire some more. Oh, look at this. This is new. Crucible Knight. Perfect. Not to have died. It's a Sagan Mitchell has been exactly. Yes. So yes, no one in the party died, and we killed Lord Gathbin and all of his army. So well, yeah. What do you expect? Of course, we'll buy new ones. What do you want me to mourn them till the rest of eternity? Oh, we also have a quest. Okay, I have started playing. I shouldn't start playing. I should start timer for it. In fact, I'm going to start the timer, let it run for 10 seconds for you know, recruiting some castle defenses, and then I'm going to continue with the recap. Alright, 10 seconds it is. So after that, I kind of didn't know what to do because, as I said, I did all these side quests that I had, apart from the DLC, which starts at Crackwell Bluffs, goes to White March. So the funniest thing, I was actually considering ending there, and it was around the 6-hour mark, and then we got a raid, and then we got another raid, and then we got another raid. Very graciously we got 3 raids in a row, and one of them was Andinoa, and it was I really appreciate the raid again, Andinoa. And so I decided to continue a bit more. I ended up going on for an hour and a half yesterday, and in that time I went to Deerford village. I said that I was going to explore the village, and it looked small to me, and I thought I could visit everywhere. But we saw the grieving mother, and I was blown away by how good the introduction dialogue with grieving mother was. It was it was amazing. It was as good as any other. Uh, you know, it was the Planescape Torment level of introduction to a character. Some of the what is that storyteller that really reeks in the first city in Sigil? Does anyone remember that? I forgot his name, but it was that level of good to me. The dialogue, Reekwind, yes, Reekwind. I really really enjoyed, and it took around 40 minutes to, I think, 30-40 minutes of dialogue reading. We did a lot. We talked to her a lot. And I ended there. I decided not to explore the rest of the village, leaving it not to be confused with Ridsmith, yes. So we are going to start by exploring the rest of the village now, and then we are going to move on to somewhere. I don't know. Probably Deerford Crossing. The main quest sends us to Klieb and Relax. We might do that today, or we might go on to White March. So as for the companion herself, I was saying yesterday, you might have heard me say that I had been wanting to get a Cypher companion, but I am actually very happy with my lineup right now, so she's only temporarily with me as I explore this village, and then I think I'm going to drop her and take Hiravius back. So I might, for her, if she has a quest, it doesn't look like she has a quest. She had some dream sequences that we resolved through dialogue, but otherwise I don't think she has a quest. So I'm going to, I think, just leave her in Cadnua and pick up Hiri back. So that is the plan, and that is the recap of yesterday for anyone who missed. Yeah, so let's start the timer for good this time and continue exploring this village.
Of course.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
And I was really let down when Captain Emery didn't drop a good pistol for me. By the way, Thor, you might have missed that I switched to this crossbow for the time being. I don't know if you were here when I got this, but I felt like this is an upgrade over the pistol I have. So that is a new weapon that we have. And other than that, we got this ring as loot, which was really interesting. 1 per stronghold turn item. I'd never seen anything like that before. I will be probably not using this ability just for that reason, because stronghold turns are, I don't know when they actually progress. But the Lord's Authority bonus is really, really good. Really good. Plus 5 might, 5 resolve. I gave it to Aloth right now because it was a strict upgrade. His ring was plus 10% ability area of effect. This ring has that, and on top of it Lord's Authority, so I switched the rings, but I'm not sure if I'm going to use it. So that's a new item we got. This is a new item we got for new spell uses. I think I found this, an upgraded version of the Cloak of Protection for Kana. We got this, Remembrance of Life Forms, which has 3 charges, and then I think it dies, not being able to recharge. But it does some healing, AoE healing. And I think this is also... No. There was some other new items, but I'm not finding them right now. Anyway, that is all that we did yesterday. I haven't really given any items to Grieving Mother because I'm going to, as I said, drop her. So yeah, with that in mind, I am considering when to start the poll for game number 21. I was thinking, like maybe do White March, this part, like Thor said, do first part of White March, and then focus on the main quest on Act 2, finish it. Then when I reach Act 3, finish the White March, and then continue on Act 3. I don't know if there are 3 acts or 4 acts either. So I don't know how much of the game is left, but we are only around the 40-hour mark. So this game is at least 100 hours, right? So it's still early, but I think I might, you know, maybe do White March, do Act 2, do rest of my White March, start the poll, then continue on to finishing the main quests. How does that sound for those who know the game? I'd like the poll to run for 2 weeks or so. So that is around 40 hours of gameplay. 30-40 hours of gameplay. Not sure if at least applies there. So what is your suggestion? Feel free to make suggestions about when I should start the poll.
The smell around here reminds me of this stable hand, Drutman. Not real popular with the women, Drutman.
I don't know what's worse, the smell of the pigs or the smell of people. You may have some hard time in White March too if you go there right after main story too, but it's doable. That's, you know, that's something to consider later. I am more... Right now, I'm more thinking about when I should start the poll, rather than the order. You should be done with Shadows of Aeon approximately end of next week. Then you'll have a look at Throne of Baal. You've never completed the game because you couldn't beat the end boss so far. Oh, really? Well, this time you have to. You have to. You have to ascend and now. That's really exciting. And you are going through the Shadows of pretty quickly, I'll say. Courier's key. Dice fill the wooden vats. They smell of dung and plant matter.
How do you do?
A sturdy, broad-shouldered man wipes his hands on his slacks. He reeks of the same foul compound wafting from the vats, and his arms are stained with dye. Rombald mentioned something about an ogre. He's hardly talked about anything else since those pigs of his went missing. The whole town's been worried about that monster. People are starting to see shapes in their windows at nights, hearing its growl and the snoring of their mates. It would put a lot of minds at ease if someone got rid of it. He scrapes at red pigment under his fingernails. I sometimes venture into the wilderness, collecting ingredients for my dyes, mind you. I've seen tracks east of here, near the river. That couldn't have been anything else. He wipes a splotch of dye from his elbow with his shirt nail. Something else you need? Have you seen Nifre and Orlum from Defiance Bay? They're a pain in the ass. Have I played Throne of Baal as well? Only Shadows of Aeon. I did play Throne of Baal, yeah. I played Throne of Baal as part of my on-stream playthrough. And in the final fight, I reduced the difficulty and I think I was playing at normal. I lowered it to easy for the final fight. So, yeah, it is a very difficult fight. You want the poll to run through 40 hours of PoE or 40 hours of streams, including non-critical streams? That was my, I worded it wrong, Parrots. I worded it poorly. I meant to say I want the poll to run around 2 weeks. And I just thought about Pillars of Eternity hours and said, you know, around 40 hours, but, you know, it's actually 2 weeks. That's true, you play through this game so many times that you know where you need to go most of the time. You have your favorite spells. It's not like you need to learn many things. Yeah. You're pretty sure you can't beat them because you never could. Oh, don't be like that. You can beat them for sure. It requires different strategies. So think about how difficult. For me, the final fight was like this. So if anyone right now is worried about Baldur's Gate 2 spoilers, close your eyes or mute the stream for about 2 minutes. So the Amalison fight was think about how a Basilical fight is difficult and how Sendai fight is long. So the final fight is just like that. It is very long and difficult, so you have to prepare yourself accordingly. That will mean your buffs will run out, and you will need to get new buffs. But since you cannot rest during that long fight, you will need other tools, which is Wish. So Wish is a very important tool in the final fight. So if you prepare accordingly, you know, to be able to get 2 sets of buffs during the whole final fight, and also replenish your spell slots during the fight, you should be able to do it. There are spots, I think 2 or 3 places in the fight that you can save the game, but you cannot rest. But you will have a save time, a few minutes of safety where you can buff. So keep an eye out for those, and I am pretty sure you can manage the final fights. It is difficult, but you can do it for sure. If you have to lower the difficulty, do it. But see the end of the game. It is very good. It's very good. You can do it. I trust you. What's in the collapse tower? It's collapsed. Nothing. He rolls his eyes and shrugs. A few hides on stretching racks and the tallow stench danglers always grumbling about. The rest of the keep's dust, just like the fool Lady Thainu who tried to hold it. There's a bard at the inn who'll tell you the whole blazing story if you want to hear it. Show me what you have for sale. Oh, look at these. Sells a lot of exceptional items. Trollhide belts. Oh, a passive regeneration. Less crit damage taken. Yeah, good. It's a good strategy. Do I want this belt? I think I do. It is very cheap. I don't have many belts, so it is good to have any belt. Well, maybe you could start the poll at the start of the next Friday stream. At the start of the next Friday stream? So next week? So you really think I can finish the game in 2 weeks? Not counting today. You wish you saw my fight with the end boss in TOB. Well, I am not good at it. It was a mess when I did it, but it is in the words on my YouTube if you really want to watch it. It is a lot of trial and error and lots of reloading though. But yeah, you can take a look at my YouTube for sure. There are many other better Baldur's Gate streamers. Like there is Bogu Bogu, Very Boofy, Nebuka, although Nebuka didn't really play for a while. So if you really want to learn, you should watch some of their streams and VODs. You're already very strong, you'll only get stronger from here. Okay then, I will start the poll next week then. Next Friday. That's a good idea. Or actually, maybe I should start it at the end of the Sunday stream, so that it is after a stream. And at the end of a week too. Next Sunday though, not today. Hey QP. How are you QP? Good to see you. So I was looking at the belts. This damage reduction thing is very good actually. I don't know. Maybe I bought too many belts. Maybe I don't need so many belts. Let's give you endurance regeneration, and we'll keep this belt for now. We'll think about Huravius. Better, but still sick. Sorry to hear that. Have you gotten some good rest yesterday? Stay out of my private quarters. That goes for you and Haron's bootlickers. Okay. Yep, that's good to hear. You only had real difficulties with the last boss in TOB.
Next time we get the chance, I'm buying you a pint.
Although you don't recruit
That means a lot today. Oh, do you want
on
one
Monday,
too?
you'll try to finish
Sorry, I meant
Sylvan SLR.
Vesemir. I'll get you one too.
Um, I was pressing the wrong buttons. Potions for sale! Potions! Ow! Ow.
Hail, traveler.
What's that? A young woman leaps against a wagon. One arm and one side of her face are covered in bandages, with raw, rippled flesh showing underneath. A minty, tangy scent wafts from her dressing. She smiles painfully. Just ventured into town. Quite dry on some of my stocks, but you're welcome to have a look-see. You have a few oncoming fights at various points in the game that will seriously challenge me, but everything else I'll steamroll. Okay. Sorry for talking so much. What? What are you saying, Andinova? Thank you for talking so much. I always enjoy chatting on the channel. Never be sorry. You are going to lurk while waiting for your food and have a look at my YouTube. That sounds good, of course.
Aww.
Feel free to lurk and enjoy the stream however you want, but don't be shy to speak either. You don't have to feel bad about it. Enjoy your lurk and your food. How are your stocks limited? It's the damn roads. She looks you up and down. I reckon you had the same problem, or you wouldn't bother with a middle of nowhere place like this. Can't reach none of my suppliers, so I'm stuck with whatever I can scrounge up in the wood. Deer cap, river reed, and the like. That's well and good, but most potions require something stronger too. Troll skin, vessel bone, what have you. And then there's the really rare ingredients, things you'd never be able to afford, let alone find on your own. Oh, what did you find? Handina winces as the rest of the story comes tumbling out of her. I've been keeping an eye on a drake's nest east of town at Deerford Crossing. The beast stayed just long enough to lay a clutch and moved on. Thank the Sky Mother it wasn't a full-grown dragon. He looks at her bandaged arm and grimaces. Fresh eggs are much more useful than the ones that get passed between merchants or left in nests for weeks or more, and that clutch looked to be at its peak. Thought I'd see about getting an egg, but I didn't realize so many of them had really hatched, or that young worms were so territorial. Muting the stream for a few minutes because you'll watch the video. Okay. I could get an egg for you. She keeps her gaze steady, but you see hope kindling in her eyes and twitching at the corners of her mouth. I sure hope you're not leading me on. I don't think I could stand getting burned again. She bites her lip. If you really mean to go after it, I'd certainly pay
Force
you.
is your ally.
Nice. Just remember, big as they are, dragon eggs are fragile, and there's a lot more I can do with the whole one.
Gods keep you.
She adjusts one of her bandages. Anything else I can do for you? I've got some handy ointments if you're braving the roads anytime soon. Tell me again about the dragon egg. It's in a nest. Is perched
Have you come
in a
to
cliff.
help the Alliance?
It's in a nest perched in a cliff on the east end of Deerford Crossing. That's out in the wild, just east of here. I'm sure there are others elsewhere, but the one at Deerford Crossing is just the age I need. If you head out that way, be careful. The place was crawling with worms when I went out there, and I can't imagine they've gone anywhere else. So many Janas. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. And we are still not getting a one. Chat. Everyone who has access to a keyboard or a mouse. We need someone to roll a 1. So start rolling. If you have never rolled before, today is the day.
Your disgusting lust.
Hey, Emelangel, thank you for the roll. But it's not 1. Ah, that doesn't count, Parrot.
We and I know many things. Travel from great saltwater to home of biting lizards.
Sulik, that's nice. Still not a 1 though. How did you get burned? She turns her face to the ground. By the flame, how bad does it look? Just say it. I know you'll tell me straight. It looks like it hurts. Who cares how it looks? What matters is that you're okay. Suppose you're right. Good thing I know my pulses. You made a barbarian based off of Sulik in 5e. Nice. You had the nose bone and all. She sighs. I told you about my run-in with the worms. I reckon you put the rest together already. Dragon Axe. I'm looking for an Orlan named Nifre. I did see an Orlan lady headed into Dracogian just the other day. She points across the road at a large building. Don't know what her name was, but she was acting real sneaky-like. Show me your wares. She steps aside. Sure thing. The shelves of her cart contain jars, vials, and bundled paper packets.
Hey,
You were a spirit barbarian. You communicated with spirits through the bone. That's so cool. That's so cool. I haven't played for so long that I have forgotten all the subclasses, but I remember that I really enjoyed all the subclasses for most of the classes in 5e, even when I was playing when some of those that are in right now weren't there yet. But what was there was still very, very good. Lots of different paladin and barbarian and
New critical
rogue
hits
subclasses.
boost. Amalanduel just boosted the ranks of the Shining Force.
So average is below 300. Shining Force. Shine on you crazy forces. Thank you, Amalanduel. As always.
New critical hits boost.
We're back.
Thor Obliterator just boosted Tyranny. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Torment, Tides. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Gothic.
Thank you for the boosts, Amalanduel and Thor. I appreciate it. Oh,
New
more
critical
boosts.
hits boost.
Yeah, back. Hey,
G just boosted NWN2.
Good
New
to see you,
critical hits
Myrosie.
boost.
Welcome in.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Revenant.
Revenant. Hey, Braxton Wise. Hello.
New critical hits boost.
How are you, Wise?
Myrosie_G just boosted Jade Empire.
It's good to see
New
you.
critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Tactics.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear.
New critical hits boost.
Good to hear.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Sacred.
Thank you for your boosts, Myrosie and QP. Always appreciate it. Let's continue with the game. Winfrith, I remember this name.
How do you do?
Oh, I have been here. I must have looked at this shop yesterday. The Tragojan Inn, okay. Tragojan is here. I think that's the only place that we haven't been to. I haven't really gone through this place systematically. I kinda feel lost. You know, splitting it in 2 days, I usually really dislike doing that. But, you know, yesterday, it was crazy how long that dialogue was, and I was already exhausted. So I just couldn't continue. Hello, my Rosie.
Greetings.
Okay, I think we have talked to everybody. Wait, I may not have... Yeah, I haven't... Have I been here? Let's see. Yes, I have. I haven't been able to enter here, though. The Grieving Mother dialogue. Yes, it... As I said, it took around 40 minutes or so. And it was so good, I couldn't stop. You know, I was planning to play a little bit more, and then the conversation happened. And before I know it, it was 1:30 in the morning, 1:30 a.m. And I had to stop exploring the village and end the stream after the dialogue. This table has been scarred and stained from decades of use. The portrait depicts a man and a woman dressed in Adir garb, and that would have been in style a century ago. The heavy frame has been battered, and the plate that once bore the patron's name has been scratched out. They share a passionate embrace, which seems at odds with the disgust on their faces.
I just want to find her. Surely even you can understand that.
We're decent folk, my lord. Perhaps you should leave and check the wilds.
Okay, Lord Harrond is here. Then we have Sid's Pace Dangler. Heavy sweet perfumes emanate from the barrels. The stave joints are stained dark brown and dull purple. What are you doing in the kitchen? Dangler will get you sorted out with food and drink. Okay.
Hail and well met.
A redhead stands by the fire. Tuning her lute and plucking its strings, she hums snatches of a melody as she goes. First time at the Dracogen? Normally I'd have a song ready, but I haven't quite worked out this tune yet. I'm writing some chants about founding of this inn. Say, you interested in the story? I haven't finished the chants, but I could tell you about it all the same. Sure, let's have it. Oh, excellent! These rustic fables are always great fun. Let me get out something to write with. It was built in the time of Hadred's rebellion. An Adiran lady, Thainu, once had a keep here. One of the towers still stands, but the rest is said to be buried under the village. Anyway, she's stuck to the side of the empire, and the contingent of Duke Hadred's Knights of the Crucible helped the farmers and colonists in the area turn her keep to rubble. This inn was the first building that sprang up from the ruin, built with some of the same bricks that the colonists had pulled from the Lady Thainu's castle, they say. Supposedly, the quarterstaff of her chief wizard even got lost in the construction, mortared into a wall or nailed under a floorboard. Anyway, the inn was supposed to be a haven and a meeting place while the locals built their new town. Welcome back, Andinoa. What's a Lady Thainu? A Thane or Thainu is a man or woman who is part of the military elite, a knight if you will. Typically, the position is inherited. A Lord Thane or Lady Thainu owns land and also commands several unlanded Thanes. The woman who last held the keep here came from a long line of landed Thanes. What do you mean supposed to be? Dear Woodens are an ornery lot, and the more these new neighbors met, the more they argued. They realized they didn't agree on much beside ousting the old lord. The biggest divide was over the Glenfathans and their nearby ruins. Hadred's knights and their supporters wanted to keep the peace, but a group of misfits with more anarchic learnings that had formed in town wanted to go after the tribes the same way they'd gone after their lord. Soon the villagers were fighting with each other as much as with their adherents. In the end, memories of the Broken Stone War and the War of the Black Trees were fresh enough that the Duke's soldiers won the day. Most of the other villagers came around eventually, but some of the core troublemakers left to join the front lines of the War of Defiance, and others, I've heard, found their way into the Guided Compass, the most forward-looking of the Glenfathan tribes. I don't know if I believe that part myself, but it makes a good story. She points to the east wall. There's a portrait of one of the chief rabble-rousers and his rival in the peacekeeping faction. Someone's idea of a joke. I don't think they were particularly amused. I want to hear about the Broken Stone War. That was the first major conflict between the original Adiran settlers and the Glenfathans. Happened 3 years into colonization when some of the farmers knocked over an Adramanier that was part of an Angwitan ruin. The war didn't last long, but it spread quickly and claimed thousands. In the early weeks, most of the colonists didn't even realize there was a war going on until the Glenfathan raiders hit their villages. There had been small, spontaneous skirmishes between the colonists and the locals before then, but this was organized, and it was the start of decades of violence between the colonists and the Glenfathans. As you can see, Deerwood's full of history, even in little villages like this. Tell me about the War of Black Trees. It started back in the colonial days, almost 30 years after the Broken Stone War. Even though isolated conflicts still broke out between the settlers and Glenfathans, both sides had officially agreed to peace. Adrank Hadred, Admat's father, was Gref at the time. As part of peace negotiations, he'd signed treaties prohibiting Adiran colonists from looting Angwitan ruins. However, he'd been unable to outlaw the use of captured Glenfathans as slaves. What's a Grave? Grave? A Grave is the governor of a colony and is subservient to the Adiran emperor. The early leaders of Adir colony in Deerwood, including Adrang and Admat Hadred, were Graves. Maybe they were giraffes, I don't know. At the start of the War of Defiance, Admat Hadred declared himself Duke of an independent Deerwood rather than Grave of the Emperor's colony. It was the same term used for leaders of the newly independent Valian republics. Anyway, we haven't had a Grave since. I see. Indeed, the taking of Glenfathan slaves had continued to be a source of conflict. It came to a head when Imperial agents, aided by certain earls in the Deerwood, began looting the ruins again. See, the Empire had never actually agreed to Hadred's treaties on the matter, and the recent secession of the Valian Republic slightly left them eager to weaken Hadred's position. The looting sparked a brutal slave uprising and a guerrilla campaign among the Glenfathans. Adrank Hadred was too old to lead forces into battle, so he sent his son, Admath. Admath made a costly but effective decision that ended the war faster than anyone could have imagined. He burned the forest near Isaean River and kept the Glenfathan war bands from retreating. Thousands of Glenfathans died, and as Admat repeated his scorched earth tactics in the following months, He wore down the remainder of their forces. To this day, over 150 years later, there are still sections of the deer wood where the trees are nothing but bare, charred trunks. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Gods keep you.
The innkeeper digs inside the mug with a dirty rag. His eyes under his thick brows are tired but watchful. He gives you a quick nod as you approach the bar. Don't see many travelers these days. Something I can do for you? What was your exchange with that nobleman about? He looks up from polishing his tankard and glowers at the lord. Folk round here is decent. They mind their own business. You want to stick your nose in it? Go talk to him yourself. I have questions about Deerford. He runs his rag around the rim of the mug. Ask. Have you seen an Orlin called Nifre? He jerks his head at the stairs. Which lady, that one? Tell me about the village. Walk from one bridge to the next and you've seen it. We are quiet, hard-working folk. We keep to ourselves and don't take to being pushed around. He glares at the well-dressed man standing off to the side. Used to be a castle here, built by some family of Adirian thanes back when the Empire first came. Only one tower is still standing, and that's part of the Tyrgil's shop now. Seeds that barred by the fire could spin you the yarn if you are so inclined. Who lives in Deerford? Not many anymore. Hard to keep people around when everyone's here is birth and all born. But we got a few who stick around and do business. Tyrgil's the leather courier, and Dina's crafts potions, and Winfrey trades in general goods. Rumble's a pig farmer, or was anyway. Tell me about Tyrgil. He's a courier, treats leather and makes armor and a few other goods with it. Problem is, the smell of tallow and deer shit tends to put people off their food, and his shop's right next door. What's Dina's story? Lady's a clever hand with potions and poultices. Got herself into trouble with a nest of worms or so I hear. Her cart's on the east end of town. And Winfrey? Been around even longer than I have. Nice enough fellow, but never could find his way to the end of his sentence. His shop's across the square. Something happened to Rumbald's pig, I take it. Damn ogre carried them off. Now he squeals more than his herd ever did. He shrugs. It's rotten luck. Let's go back to my previous questions about Deerford. Ask. You said you don't see many travelers. Of course not. Why would they come here? You got bandits on the road and an ogre in the forests, as that yapping fool Rumbald will tell ya. Worse yet, hasn't been a healthy child born here in over a year. Most kith that come here is just passing through. About that ogre. You don't hardly see him this close to town. Ogres and kith don't mix well. Ugly bastards, but they're smart enough to know that much. You want to know more? Talk to Rumbald. His farm's southwest of here. Never mind. What kind of rooms do you have? 2 might, 2 constitution, 2 intellect. 2 dexterity, 6 damage reduction, burn. Oh! If we go for the worms, we could take this one possibly. But I like my resolve ones. Oh, I can change the party here?
Our paths shall part. Your will, Watcher.
Oh. Oh. I forgot to assign someone here. Gimran legend holds that Saint Ethan created a miraculous knot that the Faithless could not untie. A daring burglary recently cleaned out the myriad precious relics in the Smith's Hall of Yrmgal. Where each treasure once stood, a string was tied, each leading back to an intricate knot in the center of the temple. The burglar left a tantalizing clue in the form of a recent prayer to Saint Ethan, but the riddle has stumped the locals. Desperate to recover their artifacts, the priests have reached out the mercenaries and adventurers for help. Let's send Pelagina.
Hey.
So I have talked to everyone in the town. I haven't. Oh wait, what am I doing? I haven't. There's still the upstairs and the lord here. This scalder head looks as old as the inn. Its leather skin is cracked and bleached from years of exposure. The man wears Adir-style robes, simple but elegant. His fine leather shoes look like they were made for padding around indoors, yet they are caked with mud. He yanks at a lock of hair twined around his silk-clawed finger. His fine features are etched with
My child is out
anxiety.
there. Do they not understand?
My lord, we're doing everything we can. Unfortunately, these villagers...
Beasts take them all. I don't care how you do it, but find her.
Your child is missing, I take it.
Yes, Lady Alice, my daughter.
He tugs at the fingertips of his gloves.
I've asked around, but nobody in this mud hole has any concerns beyond their swine. They turn my men away like beggars and seem downright pleased to be of no use. But you're not one of my soldiers. And you look like you're used to getting your hands dirty, if you don't mind my saying so.
His guard leans in. My lord, a merchant. Harrond raises a hand to silence the man. If you find her, he nibbles at the thumb of one in glow. Tell her I won't be upset with her. She can come back and all will be well. I just want to make sure my Alice, my child, is safe. Nothing in the world is more important to me. I heard you arguing with Innkeeper.
A petty, small-minded man, just like the rest of them around here. I've been paying him an honest fee for board and bed, and yet he can't be bothered to stir himself to concern for my Alice.
Actually, he seemed angry at you.
People from these backwater villages take offense for sport. You have to but show up with a full coin purse, and they'll hear insults in the jingle of your step. They forget that Duke Hadret came from the privileged classes, as did all of the other earls and lords who financed the rebellion they're so proud of.
This is why I'm hoping you can help. He tugs at the lock of hair again. I should have never trusted these people around my child. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your daughter.
Alice. Of course.
He blinks at you and licks his lips. What? Describe Lady Alice. She's a striking young woman, bears more resemblance to her mother than to me. She has auburn hair and delicate, well-bred features. She must be 28 or 29 now. Tell me about her disappearance. We'd stopped in Deerford for a few days. On our fourth evening here, I was making plans to continue our journey. Lady Alice was feeling unwell and went to bed. When I retired a couple of hours later, I found that she had vanished. None of my men had seen her go, and no one at the inn knew where she was. You like that the dialogues are vocalized throughoutly? No, they are not vocalized throughoutly. They, you know, a lot of the important NPCs have most parts of their dialogue voice acted, but not everything for sure. I've been reading a ton in this game. Since then, my people have been combing the village, but we've yet to find a clue, and the locals have been no help. The important one. I mean, I have read much more text in games like Beatrix Krondor, Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torments. It's basically a book, so this is fine. This is pretty okay. I have no problems at all with this game. When did you and Elise come to Deerford? It was merely a stop along the way to Aina's Rest. However, she took ill shortly before our arrival, so it seemed prudent to allow her a few days to recover. What's in Aina's Rest? He frowns as if about to protest, but gives in with a sigh. Lady Alice has reached an age where it is prudent for her to marry. Given his legacy business, I can't let her fertile years slip by, nor do I want her womb to fester in the presence of so many Hollowborn. There are better roads along the coast. Wouldn't it have been easier to follow them to Aina's Rest? If I thought that, I wouldn't be slogging through the forest, would I? He waves a hand. The main roads are clogged with people fleeing one way or another to try to escape Waitvan's legacy. It would be difficult for a caravan like mine to pass without incident. At the time, it seemed prudent to move quietly along the back roads. It seems there would be more potential suitors in New Hyomer or New Yarma. You think I haven't considered that? Arranging a suitable match is difficult. The best prospects for my child lay in Aina's Rest. Where's the rest of your family? Surely they wouldn't want to miss your daughter's betrothal. Lady Harrond is ill-suited for travel, I'm afraid, and unfortunately, Alice has few other close relatives. My sister and her husband, Elise's aunt and uncle, of course, have been visiting a deer these past months. He rubs his knuckles. For the siblings, Alice has none. My wife has only given birth to Hollowborn since Alice death. I see. Going back to your daughter. Let's go back to my previous question. Tell me about yourself.
I'm Lord Nestor Harrand of Defiance Bay. My family has been prominent there since Imperial times. Our primary estate is on the outskirts of Brackenbury, but we have holdings in New Haomar as well. Those went to my sister and her husband.
When he started I'm Lord, I heard in my head, I'm Lord Nasher Alagondar. Okay. So you have to talk to everyone again.
Gods keep you.
Tell me about Lord Harren's daughter. He frowns and shrugs. His lordship says she up and went missing the other day. He wipes a tankard with his ragged towel, twisting in with swift, jerking motions. I don't know any more than that. However, these lording bastards handle their affairs, ain't no business of mine. You look agitated. Something about this doesn't sit right with you, does it? He slams
Your
the clean
sound
tankard
card
down on
works
the bar.
perfectly.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Damn right it does that Lord saunters in here like he's cut from cleaner cloth than the rest of us. And yet... He shakes his head. Look, I don't want no trouble from you or him or anybody else. I'm just waiting for him to tire of my ale and leave so things get back to normal around here.
Posture check.
Posture check? Alright. Thank you for the posture check. Welcome, Super Strider. Thank you for the follow. I hope you are enjoying the stream. So we can use any of our traits or reputations. Let's go with benevolent. I won't stand by and allow an innocent girl come to harm. Help me find her. He leans on the bar and sighs. That girl, Elise, she was looking to disappear. You should have seen her, watching the door like a sheep at slaughter. All the same, she didn't hardly speak to no one. Only folk I seen her talk to is Trigal. He nods at the east window. His shop is by the broken tower. Bit of a hothead, that one. My advice is to let the matter drop. Like I say, don't profit to dig around in other people's business. I understand, Dangler. Farewell. Okay, so it is in the back door that we weren't given access to. That's clear enough. But let's talk to Sid.
Good day, stranger.
Let's not. This painting depicts a forested ravine somewhere in the Living Lands. This painting portrays the expansive foothills below the mountains of White March. Oh, Nifra's. Okay. The Orlun hovers by the window, peering out of it every few seconds. As you enter the room, she watches you carefully, her hand hovering over her stiletto. She cranes her head to peer behind you. Anyone follow you? Who sent you? Someone told me you were responsible for heinous killings in Defiance Bay. Let me guess, was there someone named Madrath? She draws her stiletto. You're a big shot with the Crucible Knights. If I'd gone on some kind of rampage, don't you think you'd have heard about it? She shakes her head. I got on the wrong side of his employers and now he's after me. But if you are ready to do his dirty work, I won't make it easy on you. Relax, I just want to hear your side of the story. What story? The Dominals came after me. Oh, they are the Dominals. Nice, I will be happy to kill them. I just happened to rob the wrong place. How was I supposed to know they'd already claimed it? She... Wait, Nifre is also a robber? Okay. She runs her hands under her hood and through her hair. It was an honest mistake. I'm just trying to survive now. And if you spoke with Madrath, you know where he's waiting. Please, help me get out of here. Go east. Madrath's waiting for you just west of the river. She nods slowly. Alright, I'm trusting you. Don't have much choice. See if you can send him the other way. That should buy me some more time. She follows the hooded figures towards the stairs, giving you a final uncertain glance as she passes through the door. Oh, we leveled up. More invocations. Let's see. AoE, Might, and Constitution +5. It's not bad. Dexterity Perception. Damage. AoE revive? What? Wow. That sounds like a recipe for disaster in fights that we get overwhelmed though. Like in that one fight with the address statue thing and the elementals, we kept getting up and put down again, getting injuries, and our characters almost died. That was terrible. It looks like it could happen with this one. Summon 2 ogre. Wow, okay. So it's actually... Ogres are actually... Summon a drake? Hmm. Should I go with a summon? I don't know. I don't really like summons. But a drake summon would be very, very powerful. It's not even a young drake, it's a drake. Let's go with a summon. Is it an old drake? Yes, an ancient drake. Antique drake, in fact. What talent do we get? Acolyte's Radiance. Apprentice Sneak Attack. No. Can it be enchanted to turn against you? Probably not. Probably not. It is us who enchant drakes to turn against other drakes. Actually, yes. It can probably be enchanted to turn against me. I have seen in some fights I have had my half of my party turn on the other half. Enchantment, not that kind of enchantment. 1 per encounter, Aspirant's Mark. 4 AoE, -8 deflection. Characters attune themselves to the natural world like a druid. Do I want multiclass? Probably not. Or, you know what? I could get this. Since I'm using Kana as a tank, I think this passive recovery is a good multi-class option for Kana. We could go with Hold the Line, of course, like we did for Adair. We could go with Superior Deflection. There are so many good choices, but I don't know. With his other passive endurance recovery from the chance, I think he would... I think this is good, actually. What do you think, Thor? Do you think this is, since this is your suggested build for Kana, do you think this is a good fit if you are still there? Anything more tank on Kana is good. Yeah, I feel like that as well. I think this is our best option because Kana is getting better, but not quite at their level in holding enemies off. I mean, he never will be, but this is going to help. Let's go with it. And next time, we are going to get Hold the Line. Deflection is a good bonus, but a boring talent. Yeah.
Hey.
I mean, I'm not worried about talents being boring. I like passive bonuses a lot. And deflection will help him take less damage. So I should try to get all of them, obviously. Just the order. What is the best order? Oh, look at that. We found the staff. The staff that was mentioned in the story. The glass of this window is broken. Warped, knotted planks have been nailed over it.
This calls for a subtle touch. I see where you're going with that. There. What did I tell you?
Guildmaster's staff. Grants restore minor endurance. This is not good. This is not good. Useless. Okay, let's level up. I think I might need more mechanics. Let's go with some more mechanics. 8 is not quite enough anymore. Let's see what we can get. 20% of hits converted to crits against targets with low endurance. Plus 5. 0.5 to crit damage multiplier against targets with low endurance. I don't know. I don't know how good this is. Plus 15 interrupts. I kind of like that actually. But, you know, Mithral is always attacking too slow. Gunner. I don't know. I have... Not only have I not been able to make a choice between range weapons, I have also moved slightly away from guns right now with the crossbow that I have. Pistol Blunderbuss is in the Ruffian. Arquebus is in Soldier. Hunting Bow is in Peasants. Crossbow is in Knights. And Warbow is in Adventure. It's so spread out. Let's see what utility we can get. We can get anything. Self-heal, another self-heal. 1 per rests. Quick switch, I don't care about that. We could add one of these. But probably not. Shot on the run, range recovery when moving. I mean, I do sometimes kite enemies. Not always. Okay, I'm having trouble. Let's see. Runner's wounding shot. This is the Ranger multiclass ability. If successful hobbled, use a primary attack. Accuracy versus deflection, 8% damage inflicted over time. I could get this shot. It is 1 per encounter, so it's an extra shot for our rogue. Which hobbles enemies would be great in kiting situations. Whoever is being kited, not just Mithral. You could hobble the chasing enemy and it would make it easier for everyone. It's certainly an option. This is a good one to escape when we need to, but I don't think I need it. This is a good one to finish off enemies. What is low endurance? Is it like below 50%? Does anyone know what low means? What is the threshold that sets it to low? If it's something like 20%, then it's probably not useful. But if it's like 50%, it might be worth it. 25 or less, that's not much. Not much at all. We could go for this. We could go 15 interrupt is quite a lot. Vika says 10%. 10%? That's even worse. Even worse. I mean, even 25 is not enough for me, so whatever it is. I mean, I guess for big enemies, like, I don't know, big bosses with a ton of health, this might shine towards the end of the fight. Interrupts. I could go for this. Interrupt is always useful. Maybe I should choose a weapon already and, you know, start specializing. I won't have many more options. I'm leveling up to the cap, so... I'm level 10 now. I don't know. This is such a difficult choice right now. Let's go with... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Passive recovery? No. Okay, you know what? We are going with interrupts. We are going with interrupts, even if it's good or bad. Okay. Modifies interdiction plus 10 accuracy. Painful interdiction. Adding a painful weakening affliction. It weakens the enemies also. It is a good one. I don't necessarily want to modify interdiction to grant a buff to my party because it will affect my positioning. Right now I can interdict on top of the enemy group without trying to target my group. So if I do this, I will either have to, you know, postpone interdiction or try to get a positioning. It's going to be worse, I think. So maybe it is better to weaken enemies at the beginning of the fight. Or we could buff Holy Radiance even further. But this is only against vessels. It will hurt vessels much more. Goes up to 65. So what is Inspired Flame? Oh yes, he doesn't have an arquebus and won't have an arquebus. Wait, didn't I already choose this? That's weird. What did I choose? I was considering this, then I chose something else, I guess. Everyone receives less healing. I don't really use this for healing anyway. I use it at the beginning of the fight. That's weird. I thought I had this. Let's take this. I must have taken something else. Alright. Bonus knockdown. I've been looking at this at every level. I end up not picking it up, but... So this pretty much improves Defender. Would this bonus stack with some of protection item that gives +5 to defenses? If I pick this up. Non-stacking is for magical items only. Okay, good to know. Good to know. You could go with something like, you know what? Wheel defense. Adair's wheel is really low, and I'm sometimes suffering for it. Like, if Adair gets converted, you know, the biggest problem is not that he turns and attacks us, it is that he stops engaging enemies, so he frees 3 enemies to attack the rest of the party. So +10 wheel might really help fix that issue. It happened a few times. could do that. Or we could do this. This will... So that will give plus 10 will. This will give plus 5 will, 5 fortitude, 5 reflex. So mathematically this is better. Plus 15 versus plus 10. However, there's fortitude and reflex are already high, so is it worth it? I mean, I guess it is worth it. Let's go with this. Next time we'll take the will defense.
Hey.
Okay, let's talk to this dude. Having too many good choices is a good problem to have. That is true. That is true. Just slows me down, you know? What can you tell me about Elise Harrond? She shrugs. Only that her father's men have been banging down doors and stirring up trouble looking for her. I've never met her myself. That's strange. Dangler told me you two were acquainted. He watches you and smiles slowly. He doesn't miss much. What exactly did he tell you? He said she was looking for an escape. Her father's dragged her out here to get hitched to some backwoods noble. She wanted an escape, all right, and I was happy to give it to her. We snuck across the river a few nights ago for some private time. Come to find out, we weren't exactly alone. An ogre taller than Winfried's tail sprung out of the forest, and we were so lost in the heat of the moment we didn't notice it until it was upon us. It grabbed Alice and disappeared into the night before I could even pull my breeches up. Wasn't there a quest in Neverwinter Nights where an ogre abducts a young woman? Am I remembering that right? It was in Neverwinter Nights, right? In the DLC. In one of the expansions. Don't take this the wrong way, but this shop smells like an outhouse. Am I really to believe that the Lord's daughter snuck into the woods with you? Tyrael scowls. Curb that clever tongue of yours. I'm afraid there's no right way to take that stranger. Ogre abduction sounds familiar. I meant no offense. I'm just trying to find her. His eyes narrow. As I was saying, the ogre vanished with her. Probably took her to its lair, wherever that is. He measures you with his gaze. She could still be alive. I'm in no shape to go after her, but that Harrond looks like he'd have coppers to spare for anyone who found her. He scratches his cheek with fingers stained red and yellow. Others around here have seen the ogre east of town. Took most of Rombald's peaks just the other day. If someone were to find it, there'd be a lot of grateful people in Deerford. Is he telling the truth? Or is he lying? Maybe it's just here, you know? Maybe she's just hiding behind this door. I kind of want to... You know, my stealth is not good enough to pull something like this off. Okay, I'm going to save. I might reload. What are you? Effigy's eyes. Saban, stop her! He raised his axe, rage in his eyes. I just want to know. I'm too curious.
You cannot venture forth while in combat.
Let's reload. I had to look. Maybe we will gain access there later. Okay, now we have to solve the ogre problem, but before that I'm going to do this. You must gather your last save before venturing forth, yes. You must travel to Cadnua, okay. We can do that. Oh, I forgot to talk to these folks. I'm hoping it comes to blows, but we'll see.
How do you do?
He picks at the long blade of grass. Found Nifra yet? I'm ready to get out of here. Yes, and I'll let her go. Medred draws his blade. Don't worry, I'll catch up to her right after I take care of you. Alright, let's just attack.
This will repel us. My mind feels practiced.
So Cypher isn't that all that complicated. I was under the impression that it would be a more complicated class to play, but it's just, you know, you have some resource which you replenish by attacking, and then you spend that resource to cast your spells. It's not complicated. But I think I still prefer the druid. I don't really want another melee character. Level 5 spells. 20 all defenses, 10 damage reduction. This is a good one. Foe target, minus 10 resolve, minus 10 intellect, minus 10 perception. Attacks wheel. This is a good one as well. It's a single target, good against possibly boss enemies. Or we could go for some freeze damage AoE stuff. The target is hit with a stuck affliction and becomes an anchor for a frigid ray of energy from the wizard that does freeze damage to creatures in his path. So it's like ray of whatever its name, I forgot. Ray of fire. The positioning for those are kind of difficult at times, but if pulled off correctly, they can deal amazing amounts of damage. All the freeze is not Allot's strong suit. It would be burn damage. I honestly don't think I need any more damage spells. Let's go with this debilitation, this debuff. Blasts. Grimoire Slam. 1 per encounter. It's a single target knockback. It would be good to, you know, if someone gets into Allot's melee range, engages him, we could knock the target back, run away, possibly. Or, you know, we could just go for which one was it? It's Scepter Rod, Noble. 6 accuracy with them. Then there is this one too, 25% damage with implements, which would also boost the raw damage that this thing does. What was the wand? It does a small amount of raw damage to wielder. Oh really? It hits me? That's interesting. You could go with marksman. A lot is usually at range. Modifies arcane whale. It's from 50 to 75 deflection. 14 seconds, not so short either. Let's take this one. Another per encounter ability is always good to have.
Hey.
Okay, we killed more Dominels, which makes me happy. So time to visit Cadnoa for now. Then we will go to Deerford Crossing.
This place, as beautiful as it can be with the absence of children. Our paths shall part.
Bye, Mom. Oh, they're outside. There's a paladin. Let's focus on the paladin. Need to disengage and engage the paladin. Alright, orders given, let's fight. Well, this didn't work as it should. They didn't follow my queued commands, not all of them.
That looked like it hurt. Hey there.
That didn't... This thing isn't doing the... job. This thing isn't doing the job. This thing isn't doing the job.
Okay, what's up with this bear companion? It's knocked out. I think it's Graphic bug.
That didn't work!
Bullseye!
Probably died during an animation or something. Exceptional Arquebus. I am finding exceptional items. But unique item bonuses are so good. You know, you could start up your own item with any enchantments you want. You could make them almost as strong as a unique item, but some of these unique bonuses are just too good to pass up. About time? Yeah, I guess. You're right. How many rubies do I have, by the way? I have just one. That is...
Hey.
That makes me sad. I need like 50. Well, not 50. But 12. I mean, I do have a ton of money right now. Almost 50,000, so there's that. Alright, let's take a look at Deerford Crossing. It's payday. What is that sound?
Sacre Blue!
Sacre Blue.
Brave thou still believe.
Alright, Andy Noah, thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a great rest, and I'll see you next time.
You're not getting through me.
Bullseye!
Can we cross? Yes, we can cross this. Okay. Hey, doggy. More than a few doggies, so.
That's it! That's it!
Of course.
What? What are you doing?
Yes. Die!
Of course.
Wait. Was it a special kind of dagger? No.
I'll take a
poisons.
peek.
Golden celery.
And what do we have here?
A potion. Let's continue looking at you.
You're not getting through me.
What is this? Is this
Leave
where the
now.
ogre lives? Must be, right?
Isn't this something?
Ooh, look at that. Look at that. +9 deflection ring.
All right then.
Search the cave. Okay, we are going to read this later. Hello? What are you doing?
Yes?
Why? Why so many?
Hey there. Okay.
Oh, wait.
My head is...
Are they just watching? Would you like to attack?
Brave thou shalt not believe.
Not to alarm me, but I'm slowly... All right then.
Easy first try. See who leveled up. Here he leveled up. Do we have any more shapeshift boosts here? I need to check something.
Yeah?
Spirit shifts. So it doesn't really explain the shifted forms attack. Is it the form's own clothes, or does the weapon we have make any difference at all? I don't think it's explained here. Maybe it's explained in the manual. Like, can I get, you know, something to boost my spirit shift attack in the offensive talent section? I think you can check the characters page while sharpshift. Oh, okay. I will try that next time. All right. Thank you. I will do that next time. It's usually during the heat of the battle, then I forget. I had that in mind. Anyway, I think we can still go with something like this for this character as well. So he attacks very fast. If all of his fast attacks have these interrupts, like, it might help. Or, you know, something like this. Since he attacks so fast in Spirit Shade form, we can slow it down a little bit and give it the air bypass. Possibly. I need to remember something as well. I think I had chosen the freeze damage, right? So, since I have Wild Strike Freeze talents, if I... where is it? If I choose this, it should both buff the freeze damage, freeze spell damage, and also Spirit Shift's freeze damage, right? So something like this would be very useful because the druid also has some freeze damage spells. I think we could go with this.
Nice and quiet. Of course.
Oh no. Oh no.
Die! That's it! I have... Yeah.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
I immediately forget. I will do it next time. Skull of Confusion. Thick webs ripple in the cavern breeze. Mummified remains are tangled within them. Okay. Wait, does this lead somewhere else? Let's check this exit. Oh. Skein cultists. This knot is blood-stained and torn, and the edges are smudged with some kind of pigment. From the scraps that are legible, you can make out hastily written instructions. To avoid the entrance in the tower, traffic through my shop would attract the attention. Deerford may be sympathetic to our goals, but they wouldn't approve a temple yet. Key to the entrance by the river, east of town. But be careful on the road, reports of these days. Key to the entrance by the river, east of town. Skein cultist robes. associated with vodka. Skin initiates hood. So are we going to be using this as a disguise again? Possibly. We don't have 6 of them this time. But we didn't have 6 of vodka foods either. Oh, hello, a Spider Queen. This will be fun, but probably not. Cat flurry attack? What? No. In cat form. Okay, so it was a cat form. Not a wolf form. Stalgear is a cat. Looks like a lion anyway. Okay. Unarmed one-handed. 5 DR bypass. It is a lot of damage, yeah. And we cannot use this. We have to use this, I think.
Suck!
83 damage. Oh no. So, oh! It's chunked. It's chunked. I didn't even focus on the Spider Queen. Not really.
Laying low.
Am I bored of the combat music yet? No way! I'm not. It's so exciting. Puts me in the right mood, you know? I'm not bored at all. I'm loving it. The sad thing is, these bone piles looks like the sort of mess I leave whenever I camp in one place for too long. I should probably eat more vegetables. Ah, bears. Skulls and bones from an assortment of kith and beasts litter the cavern. They've been crushed, scored, gnawed, and punctured by something with fangs as thick as an Omama's finger. Maybe you are the problem, maybe there's no problem. As you advance into the darkness, the ground begins to tremble. You hear plodding footfalls, growling breaths, and bone-snapping crunches. An ogre steps out of the shadows, 10 feet tall and bulging with muscle. He tears a mouthful from a hoofed, pink-fleshed limb and tosses it aside. He watches you from under the thick bridge of his brows. Too well equipped to be a villager, a bandit from the road then, must be. The ogre snorts and tightens his grip around the club. I've kept to myself, killed no one but the fool reckless enough to chase me down here. Why have you come looking for me? I'm looking for a young and noble woman. She's gone missing. Korgrak's snarl reveals a row of large stained teeth. I've done my best to avoid Keith, especially the kind that might give rise to search parties. Hey Bijinard, good to see you. He scratches his knuckles and eyes you. She never came here, of that I'm sure. Then I'll look elsewhere. First, I want to ask you something more.
What can I say? I refuse to be bound by rules.
He glares at a spot over your shoulder as if he expects to see someone lurking behind you. Speak fast. How are you, BG?
Hi.
How are you today? A farmer from Deerford claims you ate his pigs. He rams a fist into the wall and roars, "Then I should have eaten the blazing farmer. I underestimated the love these villagers have for their swine." Calm down, perhaps you could tell me something else. What? His toothy frown deepens. What are you doing in this cave? Hiding from your kind. He scratches a tusk, glaring at you. Kith driven from their homes by strange storms, bandits out for blood and coin. My kind is unsafe around Kith at the best of times, but now tempers run hot, and ogre blood is valued among your alchemists. Perception 16. I notice you are favoring your leg. You are weakened. The ogre grimaces, baring his teeth at you. And it won't stop me from braining you and other raider foolish enough to pursue me. Korgrak raises his club and charges. Wait, what? Why did you get so angry, Korgrak? We were just having a conversation, you know? I was just trying to be friendly. What?
Pray.
What? Need something?
Come on, why are you not doing what I'm telling you? Oh, is it because I'm giving a move order and it doesn't really cue the move orders? Okay, I'm waiting patiently. Are you going to cast that? What's up with this?
That's it. Need something?
It must have bugged.
That's it.
I think there are some problems with the Q actions.
They'll never know I'm here.
Ogre blood, Korgrak's head, bear hide. No, I didn't really want to kill the ogre.
There's something you don't see every day.
The wooden charm belt. Rite of Walking Shadows. What's a charm belt? Oh, move speed increase. Interesting. Don't have anyone to give it. Oh, wait. What was the other belt? Decrease critical hit damage. I'm not really worried about that. Let's give you this. Actually, let's do it like this. Alright, we took care of the ogre. Murder hobo strikes again. Oh, this is the wrong exit.
Light, flame, and sound.
Oh, the Drake. Drake nest must be somewhere here. What are these? Rival adventure group?
Yes?
Let's say. A man turns to face you, wiping blood from his estoc. His knit brows betray a moment of confusion, but as he watches you, a slow, confident smile creeps over his face. The Iron Brand does not meet many travelers this far from the road. What would they be doing out here? An elven man cocks his head at the other. Probably after that dragon egg, same as us, boss. The dwarf curses and spits into the grass. It's a rhetorical question, you dimwits. He tightens his grip on his sword. Everyone knows the roads between the villages are crawling with brigands. They're obviously bandits, same as us. Why would you want a dragon egg? He laughs. To sell it, of course. If I wanted to eat it, I would have grabbed some pigs from that farm in Deerford too. What do you know about dragon eggs? He shrugs. They are round and large, and they come from dragons and drakes. What else is there to know? Plenty, which is why you shouldn't go disturbing their nests. He grins. I appreciate the warning, but I think I'll take my chances. So, I can send them away, or I can kill them and get their loot. I kinda prefer the second. And they pretty much admitted that they are bandits, so. Let's fight them. Let's fight them. Let's get some fighting going on. Okay. I am way overpowered for this area at this difficulty. Fine breastplates. Stag helm. Let's take a look at that. Two athletics, one dexterity, immunity stack. It's fine. I don't think so. It's kinda silly. Two athletics, one dexterity. Soul perception. Let's give it to Durance. He doesn't have a helm. It looks good on him, It says so right in the description. Does it? Reduce delay of motion. Nest egg. Sorry.
Leave it to me!
Why are you still starting? What's wrong with you? Oh, hello. Oh, it's okay. It's a big fight.
Blood makes the ground.
Ah, 86 damage to the forest lurker.
This thing isn't doing the job.
It doesn't last long enough though.
Laying low.
Boots of the Long March. Max endurance bonus athletic. Let's see what that is. 50 max endurance, 2 athletics. Versus 1 constitution? Grants consecrated ground when hit by a critical hit. So 2 athletics, 1 stack. Yeah, I think this is a good choice. It's a good choice. The druid.
All right then.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
I'll stay out of sight. For Arathis! Leave it to me!
Gotcha!
Hey. Die!
Sacred doom!
You're not getting
Brave thou Thilas Thilim.
Is this where the entrance is, maybe? Guess not. Okay, let's check this egg. The cliff face is blackened and melted like candle wax. There's a small outcropping overhead with what appears to be a crude nest. It looks like a challenging climb. Hurl a grappling hook to the outcropping. You toss the grappling hook over the ledge, holding the attached rope with one hand. The hook lands with a satisfying clang, and you secure the line with a firm tug. Climb the rope. You take another look at the cliff. There may only be space for one person at the top. Climb it yourself. Is this an athletics challenge or... Climb it yourself. The rope makes for a quick ascent. You climb to the nest in the cliff with ease. The nest is surrounded by glowing embers. Twigs and bones litter the area. An egg the size of a small keg is nestled among the detritus. Looks heavy and awkward to carry. Secure the egg with a rope and lower it. You tie a rope around the egg. Oh, I'm sorry. You lower the egg with slow, steady motions. Once the prize has reached the bottom and settled into the dirt, you safely climb down the...
Hey.
I guess the first one was an athletics challenge, but I bypassed the challenge by using hook, climbing hook and a rope. And possibly the second one maybe was a dexterity challenge to not drop the egg, if I had to guess. But we used the rope, so we bypassed that challenge as well.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Azuro has arrived, offering to sell Jerry's gloves.
Parathis! This thing isn't doing the...
These have pretty high damage reduction. Let's see what Azuro wrote. Off dexterity. Are you serious? 3000 for +1 dexterity gloves? What is this? Do we even need gloves? This is trash. This is trash, I say. Oh, wait, I have... When did I lose 2?
It's garbage.
It's garbage, I agree. Thank you, Harry.
Hey.
You stand within what looks to be a ruined shrine. The moss-covered remnant of an ancient statue lies before you. Sorry, wait. I confused the two. Yes, Heron was the seller. Examine the statue. Only the broken legs and feet of the sculpture remain. Long grooves alongside it suggest that it could be moved. Near the base of the statue, you discover a skull carved into the stone. Why would you use a hammer and chisel to gouge a hole near the statue? Examine the skull. A skull is carved into the stone in intricate relief, its mouth agape. Peering closely, you notice a rusty keyhole between its jaws. Try the skull-handled key. The key slides easily into your socket. You turn it and the ruined statue begins to move. The displaced pedestal reveals a dark passage descending into the earth.
That's done it. And now we need only descend these treacherous steps into murky darkness.
Easy does it.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Dragon Age 2. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Might and Magic 7, for Blood and Honor.
Surprise 3. Surprise number 3.
New critical hits missed. Parrotwise just boosted Betrayal in Antera.
Thank you for the boosts and the moosts. Parrot, I appreciate it. I don't know where we're going, but you know, I'm not sure why we are here. This effigy is made of several crude sticks tied together with rough twine. It casts an ominous, flickering shadow on the wall. Blood Legacy, what is this? What is this? Oh, we are still doing this one? Okay. Okay.
I see where you're going with that.
Wait, do we really have to pick this one? Is there really no... Wait. Never mind, we don't need a disguise anyway. Hello?
Hey.
Following your lead.
Hey.
Of course.
And that.
We are converting all of them.
Braved out.
God's robes. More hoods. More money.
I shall be discreet.
There's something you don't see every day.
Nah. Well, that's one way to disarm a trap.
Margaren's fire casts light.
I failed to disarm. I can't even disarm these.
Of course.
Easy does it.
I need to focus more on my mechanic skill.
Braved out Philadelphia.
That's it.
Time to get good, I agree. I agree. Or time to get the mechanics bonus from Cadno's. Oh.
Let's see what lies this way.
Skulls have been lashed to this wooden effigy.
Sure.
Hey. All right then.
Lover. Beyond.
This isn't how I usually work.
Braved out
Lover. Beyond. Seek. Off
Nice and quiet.
Let's get some rest. Since we found camping supplies, Cannot camp with enemies inside. Ah. Can you get out of my sight? Thank you.
Easy does it.
Okay, QP. Get some good rest. Get well soon. Thank you so much for the lure. Two posts stand firmly in the stonework with broken ropes falling in the dark chasm of a large cavern. On the other side, there is a slight opening of where a bridge may have led. Inspect the area. The darkness below continues as far as you can see. Broken stone pillars, remnants of the missing bridge, rise from the abyss. Across the gap, you see the mouth of a tunnel. Wooden beams protrude from the stones on either side of the chasm. Despite their age, they look sturdy enough to hold a grappling hook and hope. Two posts stand for... Okay, I read this. So we can do this after the player is here.
Bullseye!
Of course.
Fine blunderbuss.
That's charming.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Consider it done. Give me a real challenge.
But this was an easier lock. We will take a look at this room. Actually, we will take a look at this room right now.
Following your lead.
All right then.
As you approach the blood pool, the viscous liquid churns and bubbles. You feel essence rising to the surface, reaching out to you, whispering. Someone should clean that up. Some strange power seems to be emanating the blood. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that, whatever it isn't benevolent. Grotesque masks and pools of blood. They aren't half-hearted in their madness, are they? Kinda wrinkled systems. A bubbling cauldron of Skane's hateful seed. He may be sniveling and cowardly in his ways, but he has never lacked for folks. Extend your soul to the blood pool? I guess. Sure. The faint whispers resolve into a cacophony of voices. Do you imagine yourself surrounded by 100 men and women? Their naked flesh is scourged and bloody, or skinned and covered with flies. Their eyes are missing, replaced by glittering black stones. The voices cry out in unison. What's this? Another soul comes to rage and burn, or merely to watch? You may be a long time in waiting. Our work today is already finished. Who are you? A woman's voice replies. Nobody's. Serfs and trolls and whores, used and thrown away. Almost all we had was taken from us, but what little remained we gave here. They hovered at your soul's edge, feeling you out. Our fury burned within us, unquenched and unfed, but hate can be fashioned into a weapon by those willing to pay the price. Another voice speaks. In life we were weak, but in death we made a choice. Choice carries power. You can now escape your oppressors and move on. To another life of toil and abuse, not before we exact our revenge. They probe at the boundaries of your soul, exploring your essence. It's a shame there is nothing in you we could use. The souls sink back into the pool. Hold, I would know what you've done here. The pool itself begins to ripple with the sound of a dissonant chorus of perverse laughter that breaks at your ears. The lapping blood stirs a large metal cage, half submerged in the center of the pool, and it creaks loudly as it rocks back and forth on a rusted pulley, as if in answer to your question. Wait, let me ask you about this place. The time for questions is over, Watcher. The blood pool is still. Did we lose our chance to do this again? This corpse is bent forward as if watching her lives blood trickle away. Blood congeals under this corpse's throat. A crude symbol has been painted on this canvas in streaks of something that looks like blood. The man's arms are cut open from elbow to wrists. Well, if they were to give us any help, I guess we failed.
I shall be discreet.
Whatever they looked for. Small wicker statues with black stone and eyes are placed between the flickering candles.
Of course.
That's it!
Quiet.
They look for something in our soul, I guess. Maybe if we had some certain power or ability, they would upgrade it. I don't know. They would give us a buff.
Yeah?
Come on.
Isn't this something?
I don't have many of these left. I have only one.
There's something you don't see every day.
Hey.
What?
If you had your cooking skills above 6, they would have taught you a mean potato grain recipe. Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe. But there is no cooking skill in this game, so.
Hey.
Following your lead.
On it!
Your sound
Hey
card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Glad to have you. I hope you're enjoying the stream.
Go. Go.
Sacre
Praise thou Philadelphia.
You're sure you will. We'll lurk for now while you get food. You played the entirety of PoE recently. Long ass game. It is. And thank you for the follow again, Kavi Kupo. Enjoy the lurk, enjoy the stream, and enjoy your food. I am only happy
Of course.
when a
I shall
game
be
as good
quiet
as this
a calm
is long.
sea, which is not very quiet.
I have nothing to complain about. They are giving me a lot of lock picks, which makes me think they want me to pick these locks. Never mind all that, we just found the key. My son. Tomorrow I become the effigy. Tomorrow I become Skane's embodiment on the era. Tomorrow my master chokes on his own wit. For months, we met by secret conclave to plot our landlord's demise, all the while working the fields as if our hearts were content. Is this lore or is this something important? It looks like a lore item with long text. I'll read it. Skane teaches us to plot with the mind while keeping one's face impassive, inscrutable. Fair fights are for those with armies. The quiet slave in our whetstone, our focus in his worship, our cause finds focus, clarity, and possibility. Tomorrow, my master chokes on his own whip. By the time you read this, I will be dead. I pray Skane does not abandon me for speaking of my plotting, but the son deserves to know how his father died. For I have volunteered to be the effigy. Skane will inhabit my body, using this old farmer's simple flesh as a puppet of godly rage. I have been shaved and anointed. Tomorrow morning I will be your father in name only. As my manhood will be removed, my nose and ears removed, and my useless mortal eyes will be replaced with flintstones through which Skane might see the world. My son, I am sorry for the lies I have told you these past 5 seasons, but Skane demands secrecy. Even your mother knows nothing of my furtive service to the quiet slave. Curse my name if you must, but never weep for me, for I die for the betterment of our community, to smite our Lord's corruption from the face of Eora. Tomorrow my master chokes on his own whip, for tomorrow I become the effigy. So they actually volunteered for this? What are you doing, party? Did I ask you to go in there? Don't do this to me, come on. Wymond, a large bull-necked man in a hood, helps a young elven woman down from a glass chamber connected to a dizzying area of cables and machinery. What are you doing, step party? Her skin and clothing glisten with fresh blood.
You may feel a little lightheaded for the next hour or two, but that will pass. Have a meal and get some sleep when you return to town. The transfusion.
The girl sobs into the back of her hand.
The transfusion will be smoothest if you relax and rest. The implanted essence already has
You
a
are
hold
right.
on your mind.
It is Matt Mercer, isn't
So
it?
fighting it will be useless. And I hope our new visitor does not complicate matters overly.
What's going on here?
Subversion. The black sheep cousin of justice. Or haven't you heard Lord Heron's tale of woe about a missing daughter and an impending marriage? He's sent his soldiers to scour the village while he bides his time at the Dracogen Inn. I don't expect you to understand what I'm doing. Neither the rituals of Scan nor the labors of animancy meet with much approval in polite society. But unsightliness reminds polite society that there are limits. When no one pays attention to the excesses and debaucheries of a lord, you give them something they can't look away from.
Aaron said he was taking her to Aina's Rest to find a suitor, but a few pieces of his story didn't add up.
Did a bit of digging, did you? That's more than can be said for most. Lord Heron's been telling everyone she's his daughter. He brought her all the way out here just to avoid anyone who might know differently. She's his niece, and she's carrying his child.
He is her own flesh and blood? That's the wildest thing I've ever heard of. Can't be serious, that's horrible. I'll kill that monster myself as soon as I return to town. Are you sure? That seems a bit far-fetched. It doesn't sound far-fetched at all. Let's say I'll kill that monster myself as soon as I return to town.
You'll do no such thing. Believe me, I've already taken steps to deal with Heron in a more visible way.
And animacy is part of your plan to destroy him?
This isn't just about Heron or the girl. It's about the corrupting influences of power and wealth. How people of privilege, people like Herend, are so often insulated from the consequences of their actions. The charged essence of dozens of maltreated slaves and underlings is already taking root in her mind. Once it's established, it'll drive her to murder her uncle, her aunt, and anyone foolish enough to get in her way.
No. You're not doing that to
People
this woman.
won't be able to look away from Herend's sins then.
Seems like a lot of trouble to go when a simple lynch mob will do. They don't get a lot of things right, but this kind of thing they know what to do with.
I do not wish to destroy Nestor Herend. I wish to end his entire rotten line. His name will become a curse among strangers. The deeds of his house will be eclipsed by his ruin. Foes will hear his name and shudder with pity, and any relatives who should survive him will abandon their fortunes just to rid themselves of the association. You're hot-blooded, willful, but there is no room for mercy and vengeance.
Please don't do this.
It's already done. The essence is at work in her mind.
He nudges her forward. She only hesitates for a moment, seeming to rediscover her balance. She starts for the door, already drying her tears.
What is any of this to you? Don't tell me you pity Herend. The girl was already his slave. Soon she'll be free of him, and the world will be a better place for it.
So if she's already possessed, we could let it happen. Or, I don't know, is it too romantic to think that killing Alice right now is setting her free? We could stop this from happening. We could kill Alice. We could kill them, who will undoubtedly attack us after we do that. Then we could go and face Herend. I don't know. This is very interesting. I think this is the worst usage of animancy we have ever witnessed in this game so far. We shouldn't let this happen, right? Not that I defend the noble, but the plan is horrible, using this young woman as a tool. Let's kill her, lunge for Alice and break her neck.
Effigy's eyes, do you realize what you've done? She was going to die anyway, but at least you'll pay now, even if Herend won't.
Killing everyone, that tracks. I mean, most people are horrible in this game, so they all deserve that. I'm not worried. Are you planning on playing BG3 on release? No, I am not. I am planning on playing Baldur's Gate 3 when it is selected by the critical list system. Welcome to the channel, Pierre Cancerang. Good to see you. You might know that here I let the community select games that I play through a series of systems. And Baldur's Gate 3 is in the system right now, although not getting too much support. But when it does and it gets selected, I will play it. You've been in the Mauritius for a month. How did it go? Okay. What happened to my druid? Knockdown?
Die! Blood! seek. Lava beyond seek.
Sleep modding, yes. Why aren't you resting people? I'll take that mod status of you if you don't stop modding and sleep now. Cables snaking along the floor and across the ceiling connect to a glowing chamber.
Hey.
Thick liquid bubbles inside the tank, releasing a pungent scent. Motes of essence swirl in the mixture. Atuk. Looping scribbles are difficult to read, but as you flip through the pages, you can make out several passages. Near the beginning, you read, "It'll be a suitable place for my experiments. There's an abundance of space, and more importantly, the locals are content to ignore it. I could probably const..." You skip ahead several pages. Killing volunteers, the legacy has brought many grievances to the surface, and capturing the essence is primarily a matter of timing. The ritual of the effigy serves as a good template for... You scan the middle of the book. Died
New
and their essence evaporated.
Baldur's Gate
Next
nerd
time I'll
just
have to
boosted
try a smaller
Icewind Dale.
concentration of the reagent too. Thank you for the boost. I almost said thank you for the boost, Icewind Dale. Thanks for boosting Baldur's Gate nerd, Icewind Dale. I appreciate it. So yeah, I was talking about the system earlier. This is it. And Baldur's Gate 3 is in the system. Right here, although it is on hold because the game is not out yet, but as soon as it's out, since we played Baldur's Gate 2, it is going to make it to the main list. Right now, it already has 25 boosts with a total priority of 43, so if the game was out today, it would sit on this 26th place, which is not very high. It has to be in the top 4 to make it to polls, and then it has to be selected in the polls. I suspect once the game is actually out, it's going to be gaining more support. But right now, it's, you know, kind of somewhat ignored. You turn to the last page. Noble from Defiance Bay, results were mostly consistent across the other subjects. The challenge is always applying the method to an unwilling participant, but her situation may prove an advantage. If I can bring those memories of her uncle to the forefront, it might render her essence more susceptible to the process. It's a dagger. Exceptional dagger. 10% of its converted to crits. If I was a melee rogue, I would be all over this. It has extra accuracy. It's converted to crits. That is amazing, but you know, not really using daggers. I mean, I suppose I could give it to someone. I don't know. Let's put it there, although we are not going to use it for sure.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Following your lead.
An ornate crest decorates the sarcophagus. The name on the lid has been scratched out.
That's it!
I don't know though, maybe I will play Baldur's Gate 3 at release off stream. Even though I would normally not do that.
This thing isn't doing it.
One, I will be very curious to play the game. Two, if I don't play it, you know, the longer I don't play it, the longer the risk will continue. The risk of getting spoilers. So I don't know.
This thing isn't doing the job. This thing isn't doing the job. All right then.
I'll take a peek.
Of course.
Oh.
As you said.
Hey.
Why did I think it would be safe to open that?
Hey. I'll see what I can find.
Crude symbol has been painted on this canvas in streaks of something that looks like blood. Scainite scripture. Rebel against those that seek to control thee, rebel against those that wish to remove. Okay, I will do that. Aura of Breathing Flame, what is that? What is that? Friendly aura grants Breathing Flame, 3 per rests. 6 damage reduction freeze. Characters hitting user take burn damage. I mean, it's okay, but we have too many cloaks, and they're all good.
Hey.
I have.
That's it!
Bullseye.
On the hunt.
That's it!
Brave.
Bullseye.
Skulls have been lashed to this wooden effigy. What? No.
Bullseye.
All right, then.
This calls for a subtle touch.
The crude symbol has been painted on this canvas in streaks of something that looks like blood. It's probably blood. Okay, so this was the way across. I don't need to do this then. There's no reason to use hooks that are in limited supply.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves. For love.
This is a bigger fight. Let's get these going.
Oh. Love.
Shroud got charmed. Thankfully not for long.
Hey there.
All right. You're not getting through.
Hello? Oh.
That looked like it hurt.
All right, then.
Is this still not upgraded? It's at 11. This progresses so slowly.
Bullseye.
What? Lava seek.
That looked like it hurt.
I bet it hurt.
Crave thou Philathelim.
A man in bloody robes lies dead upon the table. A heavy crust of blood surrounds his mouth and eyes. Ooh.
There.
Almost did it
What
again.
did I tell you?
Remember to X this time.
That looked like it hurt.
That's it.
On the hunt.
List of names. This creased sheet of paper contains a list of names. Some have been crossed off. Edith leaves windows open at night. Small house on the edge of Kindlevale. Igerto, distinct from Old Valia. Doesn't speak Adiran. Keeps to himself, won't be missed. Tear-faced. Lives in small encampment on road to Loghom. Takes solitary walks each morning at sunrise. Should be most vulnerable then. Belmis. His parents leave him alone after temple services each golden dag. Sandlis visits a mistress in Bale Reach every third Folkstag. Get him on the road. Check Gilded Veil and Andra's Gift may find more interested parties there. You know, if these people weren't this terrible and evil, I could perhaps let that plan come to fruition. I didn't necessarily want to protect the noble, but I didn't want a plan by these people to happen.
There's something you don't see every day.
And I didn't want to let them leave. Alright, I think we have looked at where I was about to say yes, that's a lie, so we haven't been here. We haven't been here.
Easy does. See where you're going with that. There. What did I tell you?
You're not getting through me.
This stained and rumpled bedroll appears to have been used recently. A crude symbol has been painted on this canvas in streaks of something that looks like blood. I think I might replay this game once I finish it. I might replay it off stream. Maybe try my chance at Path of the Damned. You know, try to learn the mechanics in more detail. Go a bit more careful. This is like, at this point, it's like we are steamrolling through the encounters. Oh, look at where we are. Look at where we are. What are you? Effigy's eyes. Sabin, stop her.
You're not getting through.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I had restraint, yes. No, I wouldn't do that. I did that only to take a look. I wasted a reload to take a look, that's all. I wouldn't push through like that. This was better. This was way better. The thick hide stretched thin upon the rack looks like it came from its tailgear. The curing and waterproofing agents slatted all over it give off a heavy odor. Okay, so we are back to the village, which is good. We were always going to come back here. Let's talk to this noble. Actually, we did quite a few quests. Let's go in order.
Gods keep you.
I found a dragon egg. Hylia's feathered tits. She claps her hands together, wincing at the pain. How'd you manage that? I found the nest you spoke of. Hope those worms didn't give you too much trouble. Let's see her then. She cradles the egg with her good arm. Amazing, not a single crack. She runs her bandaged hand across the shell. She helps the egg into the back of her wagon and rummages among the shells. Here, take this. She drops a stack of coins and a parcel of ingredients into your hands. Everything you need to brew a good, strong pick-me-up should come in handy with the kind of scrapes you seem to get into. She leans closer. And come see me anytime you need potions of ingredients, alright? I got a special prize for friends. She winks. She's obviously like this. What are you doing? I'm winking. Why are you winking like that? I don't know. I never use potions. I mean, I guess I used a couple earlier in the game. Uncomfortable winking. Is it as good as you? What are you doing, Carrie? I don't know, nothing. Why are you winking like that? I'm not winking. Why are you doing finger guns like that? And what's the smile? What's that expression? Hold up, the ogre said. Is this what you were looking for? He slaps his tie and hoots. Blazes, that thing's even uglier than I thought. And look at the size of it. He squints open-mouthed into the ogre's dead eyes. He takes the head in both arms, heedless of the stinking drizzle of blood that follows his clothes. I've got big plans for this. You wait right here. He disappears into the house and returns with a blunderbuss in his hands. I call it the lead spitter. It belonged to my father and served in the Saints' War. It's old but sturdy, and it packs a real punch. Should be more useful to someone like yourself these days. He pulls a pouch from his pocket. Oh, and 600 coppers for your trouble. Keep the money. You could use it to rebuild your herd. He reddens again, this time with embarrassment. That's mighty thoughtful of you. It'll be another 6 months before any of these can breathe anyway. He crosses his arms and looks at the piglets. Although... Hey, Verimamo, it's going pretty well. We are doing some good work here. Focusing on some side quests today. But yeah, we are doing well. How are you, Verimamo? Good to see you. He takes one of the pigs and gives it a quick examination. This run's still looking too small. I don't expect to get any good litters out of it. And I'd just as soon not have it weaken the rest of my stock. Why don't you take it? Gives me one less mouth to feed, anyway. Did we get a piglet, pet? The piglet trots over to you, its pink snout wiggling. Hey, we got a piglet peg. Let's put it in the box. I'm sure he'll be happy there. Because I'm not switching my cutest cat. Not even with a piglet. Okay, we've got... well enough. Okay, that's not very, very positive well, but I'm glad you are well enough. Okay, let's take a look at this. So low damage though. What is this low damage? Crazy low accuracy, but amazing DR bypass. Better than unwell. You're right, you're right. You're right. Middlingly okay. It is your content. Somewhat fine. Half well or half unwell. Am I failing to see what is good about this weapon? It doesn't look good at all to me. I mean, look at this damage. The crossbow, it is slow with 23 to 33 damage. The pistol is very slow with 28 to 38 damage. The blunderbuss is very slow with 9 to 13 damage. Oh, does it shoot 6 projectiles at once? Ah, see, so it would be 54 to... what, 78 damage? Assuming all of the projectiles hits. Do all the projectiles hit? And so much DR bypass. Because of DR, this can be bad on high armor foes. Oh, I see what you mean, yes. I see what that means. You think you roll on each one. I mean, potentially, with enough DR, we could deal 3-digit damages with every shot, basically. You don't use them. It's a shotgun. You're right. I mean, 8 meters is enough for distant bonus to apply. But it's not... I mean, I used Forgiveness, which is 8 meters, for a long time. It is good enough. The crossbow is better with 12, but... I can put it here. Maybe try it sometime if I feel like it.
I'll take a peek.
Crossroads also have more interrupt, yes. Oh, by the way, Bermamo, I picked this up. You might like this. I picked this up as a passive. Plus 15 interrupt to all of my shots. So even more interrupt. The crossbow is very slow though. That's what makes me sad. Where's the guy? Did he leave? It's a good weapon in theory, very high damage against low DR enemies. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we had a Grieving Mother quests. And just like Durance, maybe she'll open up more as our journeys continue. Return to Lord Heron at the Dracogen in... Yeah, I'm trying, but... He's not here. Is he upstairs?
What are you doing up here? Unless... Have you news of my daughter? I've got to get her out of this wretched village.
He resumes his pacing. I found Alice.
My daughter? Is she safe?
She went down the rabbit hole. She's dead.
That can't be. She's... What happened?
You know exactly what I discovered.
I don't know what you're referring to, but I've heard enough already. Take this, and let's put this unpleasantness behind us.
Kill Herons, my thoughts exactly. Not so fast. If I'm going to forfeit the pleasure of burying a knife in your gut, I expect better compensation. No. No. So, both Might and Rizal get us more money from him, right? More blackmail money. Rumors travel fast, certainly faster than caravans. Do you really want to take that chance? The thing is, I don't want this guy to leave. He ruined that poor woman's life. I'm going to kill him for sure. My thoughts exactly. Kill Harrod. Your blow dispatches the old man more quickly than you'd like, but you're confident no one has heard you. You're also confident no one will ask too many questions when they find him dead. And I got the money, which is good. Does he have any good loot? An amulet. Grant Sunbeam, plus 3 damage reduction burn. Interesting. I'm sad that the amulets and the cloaks share a slot. I wish they balanced it around having 2 slots, like we were talking about yesterday. It would be much more satisfying, you know? Besides, it doesn't really make too much sense either.
Hail, traveler!
Alright, we did that quest also. So if you look at our quests, this one and this one are companion quests that will continue to have to, I don't know, progress in time, I suppose. This, I don't know where to go for this. It's a map that I haven't... Oh, it's the Kleban Relag. It's the next map where the main quest is. Okay, this is going to be taking place along with the main quests. The monster below is Odnua. This is a map that we haven't found yet. This is Twin Elms later. This is on our way to the DLC map. This is Odnua. This, we haven't been to this map yet. This is the DLC. This is part of the main quests, and this is part of the main quest. So we can do 2 things now. 3 things now. We can do more Odnua. We can continue on the main quest by going to Kleben Relag. And we can start the DLC. So I'm thinking we go to Kleben Relag right now, do this part, whatever involves in Kleben Relag, and we also do Adair's quests in there. Then, before actually talking to Lady Webb, which I think will be what pushes the main quest forward actually, maybe ending the act if there is nothing more to it, I don't know. Maybe we start the DLC then. And at some point also do some Odnua as well. I kind of want to reach level 11. Finish the second 5 levels. So because I think it is separated like that. 3 groups of 5 levels, possibly a boss at each of them. Just like the Drake we saw at the end of level 5. Obviously that's a guess, but I think something like that. So what I'm going to do is actually take a quick break, less than 5 minutes. I'm going to run some ads to disable pre-rolls for an hour, and I'm going to let you enjoy some clips while I'm away. When I'm back, in a few minutes, we are going to continue with the Gleben Relag, the main quests, and then we'll see what we do. Probably start doing the White March Part 2 today. I don't know. Maybe some Odnua. We'll see. So be right back. Stay tuned. Thank you for your patience. I shall be back soon. QP comes in behind the soldiers with nothing but jocks and sunglasses. That was amazing. Hey, PQC. Demo? No, I don't think you can spawn them yet. We are not... we haven't progressed the game stage enough. Yes, exactly, that's what I was thinking about Game Out. QP is an absolute chat for sure. Look at him. He saved the day. Okay.
Hello, and welcome to the Pimplicar Music Challenge. Your goal is to drive over the bagpipes and
drive over the
bagpipes.
okay.
Bring the noise!
Ready, go!
What? Oh, Jedi. Uh-oh. Bye.
Cardinal Gianelli.
That was amazing.
I don't think he's catching up on his paperwork.
That's very odd. He never uses the factory entrance.
I think we need to follow him.
You are one of the patrons whom he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gates. Wow, that's loud and long. You don't want to give the labyrinth another chance. Another chance to take it. Really, game? Really?
Side for you.
For you! For you!
Um, what is this called? The head, the skin.
Vernon left a DVD in his safe.
Snooky! My Snooky!
Okay. She doesn't look quite right to me. Is it just me?
Any idea what this
Oh,
is?
Nico
like
doesn't have a
picture
head
of
either.
Spider.
What happened to their heads? All right, all right, all right. I'm back. Hello, everyone. Hello, Sangnuf. Welcome. You're a puddle. It's too hot everywhere. Too hot everywhere. I'm continuously running an AC today. Good to see you, though. Good to see you. Try not to get your keyboard wet, though. Careful when you type. How are you, Sangnuf? So yeah, Leban Relag, as we said. Let's start there.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back. Azura leaves strongholds. You made way too much food.
This is the place.
That's a good problem, sir.
Big Brother's last battle.
Adair scans the lush landscape
Yum,
before
yum,
you in all
yum.
directions. He presses his lips together. Wish I could tell you what you're looking for.
Anything from that battle, I guess. Whatever 15 years of rain hasn't buried.
He looks at you.
You see my brother's ghost, you give me a holler, all right?
Banana bread. I never ate banana bread. I'd like to try it someday.
Laying low.
A man stands before you, his face smeared with green and ochre dyes. Hides and fur cover his body, and he holds a spear in one hand.
Hail Estramor.
You are He bears teeth that have been filed to fine points. Back to your village, Estramor. You are lucky the 3-tusked Stalgier hunt other quarry today. You've been reading Frank Belknap long stories and eating curry all day. I approve of that game plan. Of the schedule. I'm looking for a group of people who may have already entered the ruin. So are we. He runs his thumb along the smooth wood of the spear. That is why we wait here, Estramor, and that is why I have decided to let you live in peace. These individuals are my enemies too. If you let me in, I could bring them out for you. He laughs. And allow even more Estramor to trample sacred ground? Certainly not. I see the faint mathematical aptitudes of the Glenfattens were not overestimated. What will you do? We will wait. If they are inside, they must come out, and when they do, he slides a fingertip along the point of his spear and shows you a drop of blood. What do you know about Gleaban Relag? It's a sacred place of the builders, and neither your feet nor ours shall sully its stones. The grasses, however, he grins and hefts his spear. I will gladly water with your blood. 3-tusked Stalgier, if not the toughest of the Glenfatten tribes. Viravius mutters from behind you, his voice kept low for just you to hear. The 3-tusked are certainly the most belligerent and uncivilized. They tame Stalgiers and ride them into battle, which tells you everything you need to know about their subtlety and self-preservation instincts. His snarling grin widens. Have the farmers grown too fearful to even mention our name? We are the fiercest of the 6 tribes of Air Glenfath, and we are the guardians of the monument here. I never heard of the builders. He makes an exasperated clicking noise with his tongue. They are known by other names in the heathen tongues of farm folk. They are the ancients who built this place and many more like it. And we of the 6 tribes guard their legacy. I'll be going. And do not come this way again. I just might, I don't know. He was one of the OG Cthulhu Mythos writers, for those who don't know. I didn't know. OG Cthulhu Mythos as in before Lovecraft's?
Not much here. Too recent.
Freedom Pierce Proofed. What is that? 25 defense against hobbled, stuck, paralyzed. Plus 3 damage reduction Pierce. I don't know. Combusting wounds. I never use this. And I don't expect I ever will. Yeah, that's why I was curious. I didn't think so.
Of course.
I know it was expanded upon after Lovecraft's work. Maybe that's what Sagnif means. No, as in contemporary. Okay, Cthulhu Mythos, which wasn't named such until the 80s as a shared universe, was actually the idea of someone else, but Lovecraft was the guy who kicked it off and was the main contributor. Okay, I understand it. Yeah, it's one of the expanders. I haven't read any of it, apart from some sources on the internet. I haven't read an actual book.
No, never mind.
It was actually Conan the Barbarian dude who had the idea for the mythos. Wait, what? Conan the Barbarian dude?
Nothing over here. I guess they cleaned up real good after the battle. This is
You mean
embarrassing.
the writer for the Conan the Barbarian story is also the original idea for Lovecraft? I mean, Cthulhu Mythos? Howard?
Hey,
that's
metal
interesting.
on the ground, over by that boat.
That's interesting.
Those face painters can't guard that. These ruins are claimed, friend. On your way.
Conan the Barbarian. Arnold Schwarzenegger came up with the idea. These ruins are claimed, friend. On your way.
No need to get riled, boys. We're just passing by.
Look at his talisman, Pag. Eothasian.
How about that? A godless sack of shit. We got a blazing corpse worshiper on our hands.
Wait, which one is Liam? I think the leader is Liam, maybe? You're right.
Actually, they never found the body.
At their fumes, he opens his mouth to say something, then closes it. He quickly replaces his frown with a polite smile.
Only reason for the legacy is because the Duke doesn't got the guts to see you all slaughtered.
This is Sam Riegel?
The gods want you dead. Me and Pag, though, we've done our part during the purges, didn't we, Pag?
Seamstresses?
Make your cracks now. Got no god or homeland to avenge.
This is Liam for sure.
I'm Mogren, this'll be short work.
I can hear Liam quite well, but Sam? I never heard a gruff voice from Sam. That is so weird. It sounds so strange. Robert E. Howard. You may notice if you read the original Conan stories that they are in fact part of the mythos. I really? Wow. I had no idea about that, Simon. Definitely Sam. He does a gruff voice in some CR ads. I don't remember, at least. Maybe I did hear him, but this is it feels like the first time that I hear a voice like this from him. You know, usually his characters are these playful, high-pitched, silly characters, not gruff and aggressive ones. All the eldritch shit in Conan is part of the myth. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I guess you're right. There's a lot of it too. It just never occurred to me that they are connected. Do you always swear by your god when you do a devil's work?
Doesn't matter who it was for anyway. Country's better for the purges. Maybe we start a new purge right here.
He readies his weapon. Your favorite O'Brien performance is still Grimoire Weiss. What is that, Emelandil? I don't remember that. I wouldn't be able to explain it well in a way that you would probably understand, but my favorite O'Brien performance is there was this one shot that he DM'd maybe 2 or 3 years ago. It was about the future where all of the characters were in, and yeah, he did a voice there, which is amazing, and the story he wrote for the one shot was also amazing. I should try and find that one.
Stand still.
They were right. That was short work.
Did you have to kill them? Not that I'm complaining. Raid Siren Standard Piece. The tip of some metal object protrudes from a mound of a watery river silt. With both hands, you and Adair begin digging in the mud until the object is dislodged. You close your hand around it and pull it from the wet earth. The object is a steel, semicircular frame about the size of your fist. At even points around the semicircle, jagged points jut out like tongues of flame and the rays of a rising sun. At the sun's center is the carved silhouette of a warless plant.
I've seen these before. They top the standards of Raid Ceres. Or did when Weidman was alive.
He takes it from you and looks it over, flipping it over and over in his hand.
Not sure what it gets me.
Dunridrove might be able to make something of it. He shrugs. It's a thought. A lot of people would have touched this. Standard bearer is a position of honor in most places. But the Raid Sirens actually took to fighting for it. What I heard, serious bunch. It's not a lot to hang hopes on, but hey, we were lucky to find anything at all. So it's back to Defiance Bay, I guess. Lest we spot my brother's bones laying around on our way out.
Quiet.
Howard Lovecraft, Beth Knapp, and about a dozen other contemporaries were pen pals from around 1891 onwards. They wrote each other huge-ass letters, like over 50 pages at times, constantly, and did much of their story development, editing, publishing contacts, and so on that way. A broken bridge lies before you. Most of it appears to have crumbled into the river centuries ago, leaving 2 jagged ledges on either side of the water. You see a yawning passage into the mountain on the other side. You might be able to jump across the gap. Jump to the other side. Kenna misjudges the gap and barely makes it across, spraining a wrist in the process. So this is the back entrance to the place, I guess. I will have to rest.
Hey.
Find signs of the leaden key within Cleaven Relag. Cleaven Relag level 1. Okay, this looks like a big dungeon with at least 2 levels. It's going to be fun.
This isn't work.
Leave it.
That looks...
This thing isn't doing the...
That's it.
Of course. You're not getting through me.
That's it.
This isn't work.
There's a lesson to be taught. Sacre tu!
This thing isn't doing the... This thing isn't doing the job.
I'm not even taking damage.
That's it! Sacre tu!
That didn't work! Need to try something else!
What are you talking about? They are dead. Savages massed at the gates with their arrows and swords and spears, yearning for conquest and plunder. Their chieftains and warriors feared not. Vengeance of gods, not the wrath of their enemies. Death would not punish them. Howard in particular bears a huge responsibility for the mythos. Like you said, he had the idea they should write stories in a shared universe. And he was the guy who thought it should be Lovecraft's mythos. And he's the guy who talked Lovecraft into writing again after he realized it wouldn't ever get him anywhere, and he, So important figure in.
All right then.
For the universe and the mythos, and also personally for Lovecraft. I'm surprised he's not as well known as Lovecraft. Well, maybe he is. Maybe it's just my ignorance.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Basically, Cosmic Horror wouldn't exist without him. Yeah, that's what it sounds like for sure. Corrupted goods. That was close. I didn't want to fight them yet. Howard achieved recognition in his own day, and you mean he spawned ripoffs, comics, and movies long before Lovecraft?
That's it!
This thing isn't doing the job.
Basically because of a single dude called Sandy Peterson, the guy with the Call of Cthulhu RPG, that anyone knows about Cthulhu today. Maybe. Maybe, yeah. Okay, this must be the main entrance. If we exit through here, they are going to kill us. I mean, I guess the RPG has made Cthulhu more popular. I don't really remember in what way I encountered Cthulhu first. It certainly wasn't RPG.
There.
It
What
could
did
be
I tell you?
it could be music. Either music, or it could be I was preparing a paper on Sumerian mythology back in high school. And while doing that, I came across all the other material like the gods, Azathoth, and all the stuff. And probably heard of Cthulhu while researching them also, so that was one of the earliest times, but I think having heard of Cthulhu might have preceded that. I don't really remember. Having heard of Cthulhu through music. I know
Not my best moment.
Ooh. I know Cradle of Filth has Cthulhu inspired songs. By 1950s, Lovecraft wasn't in print anywhere in the world, and he didn't come back into print until Sandy sort of bullied Arkham Press into reprinting some of his stories as a part of a licensing deal about the tabletop RPG back in 1976.
Hey.
Give me a real challenge.
Animats. Let's get buffs. I don't know how strong these are.
This thing.
Fire! Hold of a goddess!
They weren't ready.
Crave thou Philothelim.
Hungering always for nations and gold, they were ruthless and fearless. Tiny animat pet, look at that! Oh, and the shield. Can we? Let's see what it looks like. Where is it? Oh, it's here! Look at it! I'm not switching the cat though. Retaliation. Characters it himself take piercing them. Danny Peterson is also affectionately known as the world's loneliest cultist because resurrecting Cthulhu Mythos was his life's goal until he was like 50 years old. I don't really like this. I mean, I guess I can do something like this.
Hey. Nice and quiet.
Okay.
And what does the flame reveal?
Whoa.
Hey.
It took a second.
All right then.
I think I might go for a playthrough where, you know, even with the low difficulty, even with the lower difficulty, like easy, I could go for a solo character with high stealth, not doing fights at all. With very high resolve, maybe.
You're not getting through.
You know, trying to get through encounters some other ways. It might be interesting. People have done that on Path to the End. Well, I'm not as good as a lot of people, so I might try and do that in easy difficulty.
Hey.
Crave.
You just meant to imply that it's definitely possible. Yeah, I know. I know what you meant to imply.
Keeping an eye out.
I understand that. I don't think this game allows for 100% pacifist run. I think you still have to fight some enemies. Is the only way to progress. So it wouldn't be 100% pacifist, and I think the fights that we would have to take on would be pretty difficult. You're not sure why you'd play again if you don't like combat. You already know the story. It's not that I don't like combat. I never said that. I said that I was trying to say it would be a different experience.
Leave it to
What makes you think that I don't like combat?
That's no break.
That looked like it hurt.
This thing isn't doing the job.
I was talking about avoiding it as much as possible. Yeah, that is the challenge, the pacifist challenge. Never could Picos accord with their chiefs. Can people find order when? Sunset brings darkness, but never a map in the stars of the sky.
Parathis! Brave Dalphila.
Some guy got through with 7 kills. 7? Probably the biggest bosses though.
That's it!
Of course.
We have taken a lot of damage. Those insect swarms are terrible. Never the spirit and always the flesh are a people of lower dice. I don't understand these messages. Are they scrambled in some way? I'm having trouble understanding them. Sporlings.
Following your lead.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Oh no. Oh no.
And that.
This...
Consider it. That's it.
This thing isn't doing the...
Oh.
Brave Dalphila.
What?
This thing...
They keep confusing us.
This thing isn't doing the job. Hey. Hey.
Your arm hurts. What's wrong with your arm?
Lay low.
Is it due to the operation or something else? My stiletto.
Isn't this something?
This I haven't seen.
No. I did my best. He's just injured in 10 different ways. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. I think I need to rest. Let's rest. Did I just skip an important cutscene? Hope not. I hope not.
Yeah?
Whoa. Hey, stop.
Hey. Hey.
They're going to put us peeps on your tablet, take you to bed with a bag of frozen peas. That sounds like a plan. Go get some rest. Thank you so much. Enjoy your peas. Wait, do you actually eat frozen peas? I don't think I've ever eaten frozen peas. Uncooked frozen peas, I suppose?
All right, then.
Okay, I understand now. So you are not going to eat the frozen peas. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what different cultures do around the world. I mean, I usually put ice, not peas. If I need to, you know. These are great. They mold around danger so well. Yeah, I guess you're right. So you don't eat them, okay. It's like a steak from the fridge on your face when someone punched you. Yeah. Hey Geronimo, it's good to see you. Frozen peas are a genuine life hack for people with frequent pains. I thought you would just lie down and snack on the frozen peas. You know, pea flavored ice cream. Thank you for the lurk, Sagnif. A series of pictographs, simple but clear, are carved on a column in this alcove. Figures of men and women with their arms raised are carved into the top of the column. Suits of armor in the same pose have been chiseled into the bottom. So we can pick this, but I think it's meant to be the final door that we take. Let's try the sides first. Oh, interesting. I didn't notice that animats were vessels. So I've been calling the undead stuff vessels and animats the vessels undead and the animats golems. But apparently that's not the case. Animats are also vessels. Good job.
That's it!
Actually, these are called spirits. They are not called vessels.
Grave thou.
Moe ixi ana.
The pictograms in this alcove portray a procession marching to an altar. A lone figure lies upon the altar, and another member of the procession drives a dagger into his heart. Something flows from the dying man into a white stone perched above the altar. Time was a veil to the godless, no blessing to reap and no mercies to sow.
What? Let's burn!
This isn't working! Grave thou filat filim.
A column of hieroglyphs shows men and women standing in line and descending into a pool. The figures that emerge below it stand with outstretched arms and triumphantly serene expression.
This isn't. This isn't. Die!
It takes a year for Durance to shoot.
Of course.
Leaving their bodies to offer their souls and forsaking the weakness of flesh and enfeebling of bone, the barbarian godless succumbed at last. He sounds kinda slow. A man and a woman, carved from lustrous adra, poured the contents of a vase at their feet. A key! I wonder how much you can boost your stealth, like if you really focus on it. I'm willing to guess you can boost it to insane amounts where you would not be seen by anything unless you wanted to.
Easy does it.
Hey.
Adra grows from a central pillar and seems to spill down the steps. Luminous egg-shaped stones are nested within the rippling Adra.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea.
This.
It doesn't really ever get invisibility levels, you always have to be conscious of where you are and who is around you. Have you... I guess you did focus on quite a bit on stealth with your melee rogue main, right?
That's not very helpful.
It's a lot of fun.
You're not getting through me.
This isn't working.
Yeah, I kind of feel like trying that.
Leave it to me.
I don't know how I will feel once I finish the game. While I'm playing a game, I get all these sorts of ideas about playing it differently. Just to see other content that I, don't choose, or other ways to play. Scenes from a battle appear on this column. An army of men in loincloths and hides is gathered. Dwarves by a dozen full suits of armor that loom over them. In the descending images, the armor is crushed down.
Hey. Quiet.
So I feel like that while playing the game, but when I finish the game, that desire to replay differently kinda, goes away.
Let's burn this away.
That's not very helpful.
Can you wait a year and come back? Try one of the ideas you had. Yeah. Yeah, but there's always something else to play,
This thing isn't...
That's it!
This thing isn't doing the job.
There's always something new. I just looted an amulet. Plus the perception. Could this be useful? Probably not. Probably not. Maybe for this guy, instead of intellect, he could give perception. I mean, I do have one perception from the helmets. It's exactly what you were thinking. Hello?
Hey.
What happened there?
All right, then.
Tribe Crown Solar Path of the Damned.
Great.
That's not very...
Tribe Crown?
That's it!
What's Tribe Crown? Or Triple Crown? Wait, what is Triple Crown? Oh, Triple Crown is... the game White March? Solo Expert Mode. Oh, okay, yeah. Crown. Okay, I remember from the... I think I took a look at the achievement list and saw them at some point. Solo, Experts, Path of the Damned, and all of the game, right? I wouldn't be able to manage
I'll
that.
stay out of sight.
It would be impossible for me.
I just have to try something else.
Die!
You're not...
I don't think I would enjoy the process. I don't think I would be able to learn the details well enough to actually pull it off.
Keeping an eye out.
Nor do I think I have the patience, even if I knew exactly what I had to do. Those challenge runs, I enjoy watching them. I enjoy watching someone who knows what they're doing. I take great pleasure in that, but I wouldn't be able to do it myself. Same with speedruns, you know? Speedruns are also kinds of challenge runs. Same applies for me. A man and a woman carved from lustrous adra pour the contents of a vase at their feet. Where didn't I go? Oh, here. Insane in the membrane. Exactly. Did we see someone going there? And we are going up. Are we going back to level 1? We are. It's interesting. Okay. So this must be where the final battle is. Ooh.
Of course. Let's see what lies this way.
What happened?
All right, then.
A haze of essence lingers over the body, as faint and insubstantial as dust plume in Rider's wake. Yet as you draw closer, whispered instructions echo in your ears and anticipation warms your blood. In a vision, you see the same stone machine you approached moments ago, but from a different height and angle, as if through different eyes. You'd hear rumors that some of your brethren were sent here months before, yet you see no sign that anyone has been here. In fact, the cobblestones are covered in a fine layer of dust, ash. You know suddenly what this will cost you, and you are ready. The orders were clear. The effects of the machine and Cleb and Relag were wearing off. A child had been born not far from Deerfoot recently. Wow, okay, so these are what causes the Hollowborn issue. It's soul intact. The soul would need to be reactivated. So the pillars, they pull the souls of the children. You know, the transferring machines, they transfer it from any living thing born into the machine, I guess. I don't know. Just guessing. You and your companions take up your positions. You share a final look of affirmation between yourselves. They don't know your name and you don't know theirs, but you know that you are doing the work of the gods together. None of the rest matters. Two card bands of stone in the middle of the machine grind into motion. They rotate in opposite directions, picking up speed until they spin like freshly greased carriage wheels. A wind shrieks through the cavern, accelerating with the stone rings. You press your hands on your ears and grit your teeth against the noise. You are about to shut your eye when you glimpse the moment. Rows of triangular flaps around the machine open like paddles. You don't know what's happening in the machine, but you feel a tingling into your extremities. Searing pain spreads through your body, a hot knife separating every tissue and ligament within you. All the while, it feels as if you are falling toward the machine, your stomach mashed against your spine. What happens next is too fast to process. You awaken from the vision to find yourself kneeling and gasping for air. Holding your head, you let the tiles between your knees gradually come into focus. As you catch your breath, you remember the strange scene you saw outside Kilantly's, where several robed figures fell amidst a howling bivouac. So they were reactivating the Kilantly's pillar or whatever that was. You remember coming out of the tutorial dungeon what you saw? Yeah. They sacrificed themselves to turn it on. Yeah. Looking at the ash scattered across the cavern floor, it is apparent that the leaden key has been doing this, whatever it is, all over Deerwood.
Hey.
So can we turn it off? It is the real question. Something in the ether hums and buzzes through your teeth. The morning circle added. The quest expires in 2 days. 50% experience, morning glows. A secret society of animancers has been traveling around the Eastern Reach, promising to restore life to lost loved ones. They perform their rituals at clandestine meetings in various cities, never staying in one place for more than a few days. Though some spark of life appears to be restored to the bodies they revive, authorities suspect that the group is behind abductions, murders, vivisections, and other ghastly practices that appear to be required by their methods. To make matters worse, those restored to life rapidly decompose or go mad within days of their resurrection. Concerned animancers and possible civic authorities are seeking help in tracking down those responsible. Let's send Sagani.
Hey.
Sagani can track them down if that's necessary. Actually, I don't know if choosing your companion makes any sort of difference. Doesn't look like it does, but maybe it does. We have never failed the quests like that before. So we cannot really turn the machine off.
Margaret's fire cast light.
You hear running water and see a small stream that carves its way into the mountain. Inspect the stream. A shallow bottom flickers and wavers just under the water's edge, but as you look towards the tunnel, the bottom disappears into darkness. From here, it's impossible to tell how deep the stream is. However, a faint light plays along the walls of the tunnel. The echo of rushing water suggests that the tunnel and stream continue for quite some distance. Wade to the tunnel. You take slow, sloshing steps toward the mouth of the tunnel, holding yourself upright while the current tugs at your legs. The cold water leaves you gasping. As it rises past your waist, you fight to control your breaths. The stream bed soon drops out from under your feet, and the current pushes you forward the tunnel with growing force. Swim into the tunnel. The current pushes you through the tunnel faster and faster, tugging you downward. Over your head, the tunnel narrows and drops, leaving only a thin pocket of air. You take a final deep breath before the current drags you into the depths. Rays of light pierce the darkness, but the current is moving too fast now for you to see more than a flickering glimpses as you speed by. You keep your hands in front of yourself and focus on avoiding the jagged rocks that appear suddenly in the darkness, jutting from the walls. A light winks at you up ahead. You are approaching it fast, but it looks to be the mouth of a second, smaller tunnel. You might be able to reach it, but your lungs have started to ache. Grab the edge of the tunnel. I will try. I will try. You wrap your fingers around the rocks lining the tunnel and peer into it. It terminates in a dead end, but something glints among the rocks at the far side. Reaching it would be a challenge for anyone without strong lung capacity. Who was our athletics guy? It was Adair, right? It was Adair. Let's send Adair. Oh, it's Constitution, not Athletics. Adair pulls himself. I saw the skeleton and I thought Adair died. Adair pulls himself into the tunnel, executing deft scissor kicks while precision arrows. At the end, he finds a skeleton with a handle protruding from its ribs. Adair pulls it free and pushes off from the wall, propelling himself back toward the main tunnel. Who is the resident glassblower of the party? Apparently it's Adair. Swirling and tumbling through the darkness of the tunnel, you at last see a halo of light above, and you swim and kick toward it. At last, your head breaks the surface, you gulp air into your aching lungs, and you pull yourself to the edge of the pool. Crawling out of the water, you look at the cavern around you as you see massage feeling back into your aching, cold, numb limbs. As you massage feeling... Okay. You have gained an item, Rose of Salt Hollow, added to inventory. What's that? It's a Morning Star, two-handed. Interesting. With life leech and corrode damage. I wish it was a one-handed item. Where am I? I'm in yet another part of the level, first level.
All right then.
Wait, I'm not in yet another part. I have been in this part. Travel to Stalwart. No, what am I looking at? Okay, I did the main quest here. I discovered what I needed to discover, but I couldn't find the other group. If there was anything to find. You could always just break it in half. I don't think that would help me. Alright, so they are turning on the machines. Leaden Key is turning on the machines. That's what they are doing. We have found that out. We need to report that to... to where we have to go for Adair side quest as well.
Hey.
And we didn't have to fight these guys either. See, and you call me murder hobo. If I was a murder hobo, I would kill these guys. The time for verse has ended. Estramore, go. Did you do the Cinders of the Fate side quest yet? Let me remember which one it was. Cinders of Faith. Bring the spark to Firga. I did, yes. We killed the big drake. I was really disappointed that it wasn't a dragon but a big drake. I was really hoping to fight a dragon there. Tidefall is just amazing. Wait, Tidefall is an item, I assume. Which one is it? Upa? What's Upa? You said nothing. Okay. I thought you were referring to a quest reward from that quest. Because I did that quest. If it's something I have found already, or if it's something that I can't go back to anymore, it's not a big deal. If you tell me now. If it's something I might come across later, then don't tell me for sure. Brackenberry, I guess. So I didn't really want to turn this main quest in right now. But I don't think it's going to immediately end Act 2. It's just my 2. But we will see. I mainly want to turn in Adair's quest. This. Act 2 end will be obvious, okay. Probably it's still a little ways away, I guess. Remember you insisted that I'll miss out on a lot unless you slow down during the first couple of streams? Yeah. If you ever need a very good two-hander, you'll backseat me. Nah, I'm not using two-handers.
How fares your search?
There's something I can tell you about the Leaden Keys operations.
Well, let's hear it.
The Leaden Key is manipulating a group of Angwitan machines that span the country, and it seems to be causing the Hollowborn epidemic.
I had feared they might be involved in Widewind's legacy. It seemed too extreme even for them. How naive I've been. The Leaden Key's conspiracy is clear now. They have used Angwithan technology to engineer Widewind's legacy, and they want people to blame Animancy for it. As we speak, the Duke is holding hearings in the palace. He is listening to arguments for and against Animancy. When they finish, he is expected to decide whether to outlaw it. It seems the Leaden Key has been pushing Deerwood down this path for some time. I, for one, would enjoy seeing their little scheme fouled up at the last moment. Our Duke must hear what you have to say. Unfortunately, the hearings are closed to the public, which makes the Duke
Who is she?
inaccessible until they are completed. However, certain groups have been invited to attend. You might get in with one of them if you aren't above a little pandering. There are delegations from the Knights of the Crucible,
We have already
the
done this.
Dozens, and from House Dominel. If you can gain the support of one of those groups, that may be your best way in. See what you can arrange.
I want to discuss the Animancy hearings at the palace. Oh, is it the Indian lady who played in Expanse? Yes, Avasarala, yes, okay. I got it.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Hey, Woozy Dies.
Welcome.
That's so generous
Thor
of
Obliterator
you.
just subscribed.
That's so generous and kind of you, Woozy Dies. Thank you so much for a gifted sub to Thor. And Thor, enjoy your sub benefits. You can now use emotes or play some sound effects. And, you know, enjoy ad-free streaming. Not that I usually play ads unless I'm AFK. But yeah, Woozy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, hey yeah. And yeah, it would be very cool, wouldn't it, Parrotwise? I really love the voice of that woman. The thick alto voice. You know, especially, and she plays a lot of strong characters. I don't remember where else she was playing, except from Expanse, but I'm pretty sure I saw her in another TV series, and I'm always impressed by her performance. And I love her voice. Did you boost yet? I don't think you did.
I'm not going to hurt you.
Sophia. I want to discuss the Animancy hearings at the place. Feel free to boost Ver.
New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted NWN2. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Tyranny.
Thank you for the boosts. Very doubtful. Ah. Well, 8 ball has some latency apparently.
What of them?
Wouldn't they allow a guest of Dunrid Row into the hearings?
We would only do that as a last resort. Walking in with one of the 3 invited groups puts you in a position of influence. Walking in alone as a representative of Dunreed Row would earn you distrust among all the rest. It seems our organization has a reputation for nosiness and manipulation for whatever reason. It would be best if people did not see Dunreed Row's hand in this. Easier for them to embrace the truth.
What is there to know about the Duke?
Avar is many things to many people, and that is why he sits the throne. To the frontiersmen, he is one of their own. To the patriotic, he is a sole descendant of Admeth Hadrit. To the nobility, he is from an old and established family. All of these are half-truths or exaggerations, a tale he has spun around himself. The man behind the tale may not be the greatest mind in Deerwood, but he knows people. He knows when they are sincere and when they lie. He knows when they are strong and when they are weak. The other matters he leaves to me. Outwardly, he prefers to come off a bit of a simpleton. Don't be fooled. Before he was a duke, he was a trapper, and an excellent one at that.
Very well. Alright, so we have already completed the Knights of the Crucible quest, so it should be our way in the hearings.
Hail and well met.
Show him the steel sun. I want to trace a man who might have touched the site. He looks it over, his ears twitching with interest. From a war standard, yes? Great Ceres? Yes, I believe I can be of assistance here. The imprint isn't fresh, but it is well preserved for the most part. If you are looking for someone, your rather unusual gift may be of value here. Images can be fleeting, your target will be easier to identify by the makeup of its soul. I will share what I see. It will be to you to make sense of it. You'll pardon my presence in your mind, all for a good cause. He takes you by the hands, holding the steel sun in the other. Now, clear your mind of all wayward thoughts. You close your eyes and concentrate. The sun is bright in your mind's eye, warm with the pulse of collective experience and noisy with the thoughts of the past, of battle, of faith, of home. You drift from voice to voice, thought to thought. Adair's soul is a vibrant signature with which to locate his brother. One voice stands out amidst the din, brassy and earnest, a shade brighter than Adair's, but unmistakably of the same construction. You have no image of its owner, but this journey is imprinted within the points and curves of the steel sun, and in your mind it opens before you as a path stretching both southward to Gilded Vale and northward over the uneven terrain that joins the Deerwood to Great Ceres. You trace the path back to its origin, far back as you can find, gliding over plains and hillsides, to a one-room home in Gilded Vale with thatched roof and a dirt floor. The path is faint there, its distance in time rendering images blurry and details scarce. From Gilded Vale it follows a road towards Madern Bridge, reaching the gates of Defiance Bay, before diverting abruptly, cutting northward in a beeline for Great Ceres. The path leads to Great Ceres City, regal and austere in the Adir imperial style. It winds through the streets and climbs a grand set of stairs into a stately building, passing through pointed archways into what appears to be a throne room. Upon the throne sits a man whose head is pure, blinding light, and as its gaze turns to you, the light drowns out all else. Its voice carries the force of thunder, but its words are impossible to make out in the imprint, echoes of echoes. The voice and light fades, and the path bends backward, carrying you along to a barracks, then back southward, marching into Deerwood and skirmishing along the way. Upon one battlefield, the imprint is vivid, and you see a Great Ceres standard topped with a steel sun, clutched in the hands of a fallen soldier. You see a young man in Great Ceres armor with Adair's straw-colored hair raised toward the standard and lifted, the path you've been following clear to see beneath his feet. And as his hand brushed the steel tip, you can hear his thoughts racing in a blur, and they are of his god and his country and the brother he hopes is far away from this place. In an instant, the thoughts are gone as well as the man, and the standard is passed to another soldier. You pick the path up again as it meanders south and disintegrates in the shadow of Gliab and Rilag. You open your eyes.
Anything? Looked like you were working real hard there.
Your brother got as far as Defiance Bay before turning to raid Ceres instead. He met Waidwin there, then he enlisted.
What'd he talk about with Waidwin?
Waidwin's head was a beam of light.
I figured that. Odin and me had heard enough stories from his uprising to know it wasn't just some tall tale. Doesn't mean he was Aethys. It could have been some wizard's trick. It's what they talked about that's important. What'd they say?
I don't know.
That's not funny. Come on. That metal sun, my brother touched it. You saw where he went. Now what'd he talk about with Waidwin? Why'd my brother fight for Raid Ceres?
I wish I had something better to tell you.
I guess that's it.
Adair's mouth hangs open and his eyes glaze. His forehead creased between his eyebrows. He rakes his teeth over his lower lip. His voice is barely a whisper. You'll find some other way to know why he did what he did.
I don't think we will. What will we do? Look for more war relics? We were lucky to find this one. Soldiers that fought with him are long dead. The battle was a massacre. And whatever Aethys knows, he's not talking to anyone.
Eve Luke has come over there, lifeless and dull as ash. We can go now. I've seen what I needed to see. I wish I could have been more of a help. You have my sympathies. As often as an item shows us what we need to know, it will disappoint. My files are full of cases that have run cold. On bad days, I think often of leaving, applying my skills to something less confounding. Is that it? Is this all of Adair's quest? Ends in disappointment and heartbreak? Aww. Well, at least we finished the companion quest.
Of course.
I kinda want to continue the main quest a little bit, you know, maybe not finish Act 2, but do what needs to be done in Defiance Bay. Very unholy would like. Yeah. That's not it though. That's, you know. I guess maybe that's it. I would have liked to reach a conclusive ending, you know, give him something that will give him hope rather than disappointment. Maybe I should have lied. You know, I could have lied if I really wanted to not disappoint him. What am I doing here? Sometimes we need to find our own truths. Yeah, tell it they're there right now. What's this? I forgot loot here. I understand the Crucible Knights are attending the Animancy hearings at the palace.
Indeed. Duke Avar looks to the knights for prudent counsel as well as defense. I suspect our future as a city and a nation will depend in no small part on how we handle this matter.
What do you think of Animancy? We'd be fools not to investigate it further. I've seen what those researchers in Brackenbury can do. Building constructs, diagnosing soul maladies, harnessing raw essence. That's great potential. Detractors say that it's too dangerous and that it angers the gods, superstition and nonsense. There are risks to delving into souls, of course, but the greater risk lies in doing nothing at all while the legacy eats away at us. Tell me about the hearings. A lot of the feedback on PoE was about the abruptness of the companion quest. Suddenly it's all over. A bit like Fallout New Vegas. At a certain point, there is no more content, and that makes us sad. I mean, you can't... So the alternative is something like Neverwinter Nights. You know, the companion quests in Neverwinter Nights are worst of the worst. You start the first act, you take your first quest, you find an item for each companion, which are very homogeneously distributed along the maps, and then you get to Act 2 and they all want new items. Is that better? I prefer this. I prefer this, honestly. That was awful, yeah. He gives you a gruff frown. They are progressing slower than I'd like. The dozens raise a ruckus whenever anyone so much as mentions animacy, and the dominants are obfuscating matters on purpose. Nevertheless, I'm confident Avar will see reason eventually. That's a valid complaint, but at the same time, that really only feels like a problem if you really like the companions. In the same way, you get sad when a show ends, or you finish a really good... Yeah, of course, of course. At a certain point, it's just a reflection of human aversion for things ending. Yeah, that's true. I mean, then... I mean, the game ending is a problem too. I was talking about it before. Every time I play a game that lasts around 100 hours, and we are getting close to the end, you know, this sad feeling, melancholic feeling comes over. I don't want it to end. It is normal. They do feel a bit dead after the companion quest is over. Maybe. Every time you play a game, it ends, shaking your head. Yeah, games shouldn't end. Well, not every game ends, Emelando. That is why I like survival games. You don't want it to end, and it doesn't end unless you get bored. And if you die prematurely, you restart or respawn. This is why you have restartitis. I don't like that. I don't like that with storied games. I need an audience with Duke Avar. I'd like to attend the hearings. And we'll be glad to have you with us. Avar will no doubt find your presence persuasive, and we need all the possible support to see that he gives Animancy a fair chance. Indeed. I'll make sure he sees reason. Was there something else I can do for you? Goodbye. 700 hours, that's crazy. Without finishing it, that's crazy. I have long hours in several games, namely Skyrim and Fallout 4, but that's only because I was chasing after 100% completion with achievements and everything else. Not because I restarted continuously. Don't trigger the hearings if you don't want to end Act 2. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Thor. I don't want to end Act 2, so we shall not trigger the hearings. Instead, so two things I want to do. One, at the very least, Crackhold Bluffs, and two, level 9 and 10 of Endless Paths, and probably 3, White March, the part 1. I think after doing all those, will I end Act 2. So let's go to Crackhold Bluffs to start with. Can't wait. Can't play Wrath of the Righteous. You just cannot bear their cartoon graphics. Both games are down. Save game. Okay. Why don't you want me here? Hey. Is this difficult? I mean, we were told this is difficult, but you know. Bubbles rise from the depths of murky sludgy stew. The few bones in the pots have been picked clean. And they float amidst swirling globules of grease. Okay, you all are stressing me out.
All right.
Stop
then.
there.
Where do you think you're going?
One of the guards takes a step forward. She looks you up and down with a sneer.
This area is under the control of the Torn Bannerman. Anyone else wanders in, they're not leaving again.
What's going on in here?
For starters, I've got orders to put a sword through your gut if you don't turn around and run back home.
You do realize you're speaking to the Lady of Cadnua.
Wait, Cadnua. You mean you're the one everyone's talking about? Saving orphans, fighting off bandits, all that?
Knights of the Crucible positive too. Maybe you should take this up with the Crucible Knights.
Look, hang on a second. Let's not get too...
Enough! The commander said no exceptions. I'm not ending up on a pike because this dog has you pissing your trousers.
Sorry, milady. I'm sure the commander will take good care of Cadnua for you.
What? Okay. Let's see how difficult this first fight is. Hello? It's good to have you with us. But not really. What are you doing? What's happening? My characters are flying all around.
On it!
Get up!
What?
No! No, I knew that would happen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? No. Can I kill one of them at least? Okay, this is stupid. What's happening? I don't know.
We get some sleep.
Sure.
Yeah. I know. I remember. I wasn't expecting this fight to begin with, and I shouldn't have pulled these probably. Okay, so I got codes. Let's go with the quick save. I'm going to try this again. I can at least kill the two. So I thought this was something, a map that we had to pass through to go to White March. That's not true. I can't click on White March. I was under the impression that I would go like this. So that is wrong. So this doesn't take place before the DLC. That is where I was mistaken. You need to properly buff to even attempt it. I will try this small little fight once more.
Hey.
Like, try properly.
Stop there. This area is under the... For starters. Wait. Look. Hey.
Enough!
Sorry.
That's it!
That's how.
Okay, that one is dead.
I have.
Exceptional pike. Poultry. Chicken.
Of course.
I'm not accepting money now.
Hey.
So we did one fight. I was seeing a patrol.
Yes?
I think I can pull one off.
All right then.
Okay, just exceptional skill armor lying around there. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Well, maybe he actually does get to do that.
And that's how it's done.
If it makes you rest easier.
I mean, they do have good items.
Hey,
we can get richer if we can win some more fights. This is a big map too.
Hey.
Oh no, okay.
Fire!
No, come on, don't do that. That's so annoying. Don't go to the back line. Face my tanks. What's happening? What's that? I can never find what I need to find in here. Dichotomous soul. Dichotomous soul. Don't know what that is.
Yeah.
That's it! That didn't work!
Okay. That one is dead.
That's it!
No, no, no. Don't charm them. Exceptional pistol, Orlinsky. Pyromancer. Let's see how big a group that is. There's a berserker there.
Following your lead.
No. How? No. I thought I got him alone. Oh no. Okay, this is a problem. Suddenly a lot of them. We are losing this one. Maybe I should just disengage. Try and disengage. Yes, that's exactly it's.
All right then.
Let's try to disengage if we can. Okay, that worked at least.
Hey.
Camping supplies, okay.
Hey. All right then.
They're going to come as a group again. Let's just disengage, try to get one.
Kinda stuck.
No, never mind. Not happening. Maybe we can rush the Pyromancer. That's not cool. Yes, burn your friend. Can I move? No, it's stuck. The Pyromancer is actually helping us. It didn't work. Okay. That's fine, I didn't want it to work anyway. Okay. Oh. Yeah, kill each other.
Okay.
Death!
Oh no. No. I'm out of here. Well, I guess I can kill this one. Oof, look at that bash. Double knockdown.
You. Yeah?
Stand.
Parathis!
Stand.
Hey.
Brave thou not believe.
Okay. Hey, our important reinforcements have arrived. The cutest cat is here to help us.
Brave thou not believe.
Okay.
Of course.
Exceptional arquebus. Oh, what's that? A named grimoire. The leaves of essence. With vital essence. Infused with vital essence. Deleterious alacrity of motion. Essential phantom. Minor grimoire imprint. Sitzel's spirit lens. And 6 level spells. Sitzel's martial power. That ring. So what am I doing, chat? Is this part of the main game or is this part of the DLC? It's kind of neither. Just an extra high level area. It's not related to White March. Okay. So I just happened to take both of the quests at the same time, which made me think they were connected. At release, this was not in the game. It's like a free update mini DLC. I see. Okay, so it is a DLC, but not White March. I understand. And it is a high level area. Okay, extra high level even. So this is supposed to be done at level 12 or so, if I understand this correctly. Because it is not related to White March, so not related to the level 16 cap. Still within the level 12 cap, but also very difficult. So I probably shouldn't really
I shall be quiet as a
attempt to
calm
do this
sea,
place, but maybe we can get some
which
more
is
fights in.
Not very quiet.
So many exceptional items. I'd like to find some rubies if I can. Maybe come back here after you are done with the White March. Oh, really? Is it that extra high level? Wow, okay. It is something similar with PoE 2 with a bunch of free bosses added in for late game content. So when you say late game, it is not late main game. It's late White March. So, to be done at level 16.
Need something?
Why do you refuse the shapeshifts? You could do it at 12, that's feasible. Okay. No, 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 don't do this. It's so annoying.
Hi?
I won't make it to the end unless you go out and get good first. No, I'm not going to try to kill that, you know, the strong wizard that we were warned about. But I'm trying to get some, you know, win some fights, at least, outside. You're pretty powerful at 12, 13, 16, it's really just icing on the cake. I see. Well, I'm level 10 right now. So definitely not ready for this. Okay, let's focus on this one. No, come on! Didn't you get engaged? Can you do what I tell you to do instead of shooting guns, please? Berserker, let's kill the Berserker first.
Yeah?
I have them!
Who said anything about killing the wizard? I don't know, that's what I thought we were going to do. Wait, we are trying to help the wizard by killing the mercenaries, is that it? I don't remember the quest actually. Let's take a look. I imagined we were killing the wizard, I don't know. Travel to Krakow to investigate the conflicts. Consulat's manor is located to the northeast of Cadnoa. It sits atop a remote bluff known as Krakow. I should travel to Krakow and ascertain the situation. Members of the Thorn Bannermen did not appreciate my presence near their camp. I was forced to defend myself from their aggression. Maybe okay. Well, right now I'm enjoying this, so, you know, it's fine. I'm taking the easier fights, small groups that I can isolate from the bigger siege. Quest, go bother this wizard. Plot twist, the wizard is Edwin, and he says go bother someone else. And now you have to find another wizard. Well, we are really low on health now.
Alright then.
Is there really no one else you could bother? That is Baelot, right? What's happening? Okay, that one is dead. That one
Need
is
something?
dead. Let's get you here.
Need some?
Get you here. Stop chasing the old man. No.
Die!
I'm going to restart the game where I have 6 druids.
Hey.
Let's see what lies
I think
this
that would be fun. Footpath's hood. Stealthy. +2 stealth, 1 perception. Not interested. You don't think I've ever used most of your favorite druid spells? Yeah, probably not. I'm not using the spells. I am doing this shapeshift and tearing them to pieces. I haven't really, I don't really use spells. I really should, but I don't. I don't know why. Because I know exactly why. Because they are very limited resources. You have to rest. What is this? There's one spell that carries on passively over time, so you can cast it and shift. Yeah, there are a few spells for sure that work like that. What was it? Maggot infestation, and then there is this insect swarm. Infestation of maggots. But yeah, you can only cast certain number of them, and I don't know when I will be rest again.
I see where you're going with that.
Ooh, what? 14. Difficulty 15. So this gives me an idea about where I should aim my mechanics to be at. Which is 16, which is very high. Oh, it's Baloth. Commander Balorin, proceed to Krakow with utmost haste. Castle Hout will not willingly part with the Engwitzen phylactery, but you must secure it by any means necessary. Be warned that all previous attempts at acquiring the artifact have met with abject failure. We know very little about the phylactery, save that it is nearly indestructible. With that in mind, I would recommend using your considerable forces to lay siege to Krakow. Once Castle Hout is dead, you may retrieve the phylactery from what remains of its tower. Delivery of the artifact is your primary charge, but definitive proof of Council's demise shall entitle you to a substantial bonus. Spare no expense in fulfilling this task. You know that any outside interference will constitute a breach of this agreement. I have spent considerable resources to ensure that any local authorities will look the other way. Any overly curious parties should be dealt with accordingly. Well, if you had talked to me, if you had asked for my help, I would maybe be helping you instead of killing you. So we can reach 12 mechanics, which will not be enough to open this by itself, but if I get the mechanics bonus from Cadnua, I would reach 14 and open this with 3 lockpicks. So as a last resort, there is a way to open this chest. I was hearing footsteps of a patrol. Not sure where that is. If I forget about this chest, chat, you can freely remind it to me. Because I feel like I will forget.
Of course.
Hello, friend.
Hey.
Oh no.
Yes?
Oh no. Even more. This is the fight that killed us. There are 6 of them. I thought we were friends. Well, these are more friends than I can handle. I can handle 1 or 2, but 6? It's way too many. Way too many. Let me go. I'm going to die here. Okay, there is down. What are you doing? Why aren't you shapeshifting?
You cannot venture. Forth while in combat.
I cannot venture forth in combat. Is it what he said? It's the first time I'm hearing that. We killed one. Did it say 1%? It's 1%. That's how effective. Okay. I'm not going to argue. No. You're not doing that.
Following your lead.
That's not very helpful.
I'm still not using spells.
Lava.
Bullseye.
Yes.
There we go. The health system in this game is so strange. I think it makes a lot of sense. I am liking the health system in this game.
Hey.
It forces you to take a break, however good you are. Well, not however good you are, but unless you are just streamrolling through the content, your health drops slowly. And it cannot be healed unless you rest, which is good. They abandoned it in the second one, if your memory serves you right. I don't remember how it was in the second one. But you are probably right. Anyway, we won that one too somehow.
Then.
I think some of them went back too. I didn't kill all of them. So I have to rest. Let's rest.
Hey.
Oh, I can talk to there.
Hope I didn't seem ungrateful back there in the battlefield. And you went out of your way.
It was important to you.
Got real close. Didn't expect that. You know, for a second, I thought I was going to finally see some answers. Foolish, of course. And why should I get answers? There's a world of Aethasians out there who don't know if their god's been blown up. Still, man can't help looking back. Guess you'd know that well as anyone.
He claps you on the shoulder. Adair stares off, focusing on some distant thing, unseen and unrealized.
I might have turned my back on my god when he needed me. That's all I'll ever know.
You did what you had to. Even if Vaidwan was Aotus, his actions were destructive.
His actions didn't seem righteous enough for a god. That's why me and Woden had Widewind figured for a pretender. It didn't occur to me that my god might actually mean to do harm to his own. Something to think about, I guess. Hey.
Hey, Chief. So we broke that group into two. We killed a lot of them. But I think there are a soldier or two.
Hey. Hey.
Okay, there's more than a soldier or two.
I bring
Attack!
Marksman? Oh, it's... Is it the one Kana was engaging? I think it's that, yeah. Just teleport. That's fine.
Thing isn't doing the job.
I want to summon this worm. I mean, Drake. Oh, can knockdown. Area knockdown. It's good, it's good. I'm glad I got it.
Of course.
Fine Warhammer. Alright, so let's go deeper in. Location discovered field infirmary. Why is this even smaller? Did I actually accidentally make this small? Okay, let's not make it that. Cape. Yep, body lies beneath a blood-soaked shroud. It reeks of rot and infection. So we cannot get up here except from here and possibly from here. So there is still this cave which I'm scared to go in. No. Oops. Run.
Up to the
I should have gone behind him though.
Up to the
And that's how it's done.
No.
Raised out.
Okay. What do we have for encounter-wise?
This thing isn't doing the job.
Mow it. Sacre!
It was a good try, Loth. It was a good try. We paralyzed. We paralyzed Crother. I don't know why we are fighting these guys. We could have been friends, you know? Maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Alright then.
Quiet.
Well, it's too late now. We killed half of them already, so...
As you say.
Oh, come on. Nope. There's no saving me, Trial. You should save yourselves, rest of the group. Just leave me, I will slow you down.
Hey there.
Okay. We are going. We are leaving. We cannot take that fight. Not without cheesing it, like without trying to separate the group and stuff. I am curious about this fight, which I'm going to attempt.
Yes?
Hey.
It's not necessarily cheesing. I guess not, but you know, it is making use of the engine's... one of engine's features, which is, you know, there is a hard-coded leash distance of each enemy, and they just run back once they reach it. And you can just hit them again, make them come at you, run back, then they will be leashed back. And, you know, it is somewhat cheesing. And you can use that to break groups apart as well. That cheese mechanic, because otherwise half of the group would still help their friends, right? But they don't, because of that hard-coded leash. So it is somewhat cheesing, if done that way. Like, I don't know what I'm fighting, but I think these will cause problems. And I'll just get a new music then. So let's use whatever we have. Some creatures in a group will patrol around. You can catch such stragglers and take them out without the rest of the group finding them. Yes, yes. But that's not what I was referring to. You can certainly do that for sure. Like the Dogger. That's what we did with the Ogre. So my characters are taking a ton of damage right now. So they are vessels. They are all vessels. I don't think I can keep my party alive. What is wrong with Adair? Oh, this is Adair. Why can I not do this? I don't understand. So their weakest, we haven't killed enough of them to know, but their will is 58. Was I able to cast the wall? I'm not able to do anything that I tried to do. Okay, wall is cast. Let's try to heal. You cast that storm. You need to cast this bless. I need to focus them down, there's no other way. If I am to have a slight chance. But I cannot put Kana here. Let's Kana stay here. In fact, you heal yourself slightly more. Okay. Kana is down. Aloth is down.
This isn't how I usually work.
More are coming. Paralyzed. Mithril is paralyzed. Where's Aloth here? Well, no. This is not happening. No way we have it.
We gotta take better care of Aloth.
I have no idea what this fight is about. I just know it's tough. And that I'm not ready for it. He will definitely come back here like 3 weeks later or something. When we are much closer to finishing the game. We did a part of it, which makes me happy. That's enough for today. So I don't think it's a good idea to start White March right now. We can do a level or two of Cadnua maybe. I mean Odnua. Try to reach level 11. I think that could be a plan.
I must say, I'm impressed.
That was a tough map for sure, yeah. Wait, where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. Actually, that reminds me. What level of Endless Paths am I at? I'm at level 9. I haven't actually gone down to level 9. But I cleared level 8. I'd like to clear level 10 if I can.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Okay. This is where we came down from level 7. Okay, before I start this, I'm going to take another very short break with some ads, less than 5 minutes. Stay tuned. Again, thank you so much for your patience. When I'm back, we are going to try and do at least 2 levels of Odnua, and then we'll see where we go from that. So, be right back. Take some of my hair. Hey, you want more? More hair? How about this? Is this better? It's actually annoying.
Why does the Bermuda Triangle have such a grudge against all those boats and planes?
Oh, the Triangle got a bad rap for that. Scientists say those accidents were caused by sudden explosive outbursts of methane gas.
Speaking of which...
Max, don't.
What, Sam? I was going to point out that many phenomena long believed to have paranormal causes have actually turned out to be far more mundane in origin. Only one phenomenon's tremendous power continues to baffle scientists and defy rational explanation.
What's that?
Oh, I think we are getting close. Oh no, dog meat. You are now just meat. Hopefully I don't need to gather my parts to venture forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Makes sense. Sabotage myself. Whoops. Okay, it worked, but I'm not sure if I did a good thing or not. Chat, if you're in a building that's coming down like this,
rocks are falling everywhere, and you're
if you hear explosions and rocks
elevator.
falling,
What if the power went out?
don't take the elevator. Virgil is right. I didn't expect him to say that though. I don't know. Muscle memory is important, right? You don't... I mean, yes, you need a brain. That is true. I cannot argue with that, bargain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I tried to argue with your logic, but I cannot. You are 100% right.
With no regrets.
But it is true. It is true. Go! Yes. We did it. You've got one reflector on both balconies.
Excuse me. All right, take my money. But...
Alright, I'm back. I am back. Oof, this level. I don't like the sound of that oof this level. Geronimo's. Hopefully it is oof this level. I have so great memories of this very easy walk in the park kind of level with a lot of treasure. What a day it was, what a day that when I did this level. Ooh, this level. No, the second one I don't like. The first one I like more.
Ooh!
Yes, the first one.
Leave it to me. Die! That's it.
I like that too. Scepter. You cheated. I know. I know you cheated. That's fine. Let's see if we can find the key. If not, we can open that. By the way, I forgot that chest and no one reminded me, but that's fine. I don't want to open that chest yet anyway. Thank you for not reminding me. Are these spikes? Am I going to be taking damage when I walk over them? This must be piercing damage, right? Didn't I have something against piercing damage? this thing? I think I had something against. I think it was a belt. I cannot find it right now. Oh, well, Adair already has one of this. Well, I guess we are YOLOing it. I am sure I'm going to find a very valuable treasure in one of these. Otherwise, it will be a very, very cruel joke. Yes, thank you for the key. Danilia. Old copper key.
Yes? Hello? Hello? Great. If thou...
Oh.
So that's...
Not great. But I think we'll be fine.
How it's gonna go? Sure.
That was messy, but at least we survived.
Of course.
The skull is thrown back in a grimace of agony. What is that? V-track. First time we kill it.
Hey.
So we have to kill 12 of them? No, not 12. What am I saying? 8 of them.
I'll stay out of sight.
There. What did I tell you?
Let's burn this away!
What are you doing?
This. I've been poisoned!
We had a really hard time figuring out what they're supposed to be looking like.
Great. Oh!
Let's see what they are. Wilder. I don't know. With natural cipher abilities, they are most humanoid in shape, slightly taller and thinner than humans, but boast fanged, spider-like heads. Similar to spiders, they are capable of spinning silk. Rather than creating webs, they use the silk to fashion complex hive structures, along with their own very intricate and fine robes. Interesting. Interesting creature.
Yes?
All right. Right then.
Oh, hello. Oh.
Hey.
It wasn't loot. Aha. Lower half of a broken blade. Task updated. I have found both halves of the broken blades. I have found the ornate hilt of a sword.
Aha!
Well, maybe this is all that we needed. Who knows? We can try our luck with Dunstan.
Yeah? That's it!
Following it.
We are still gaining experience from specters as well. They're at 75%. I think we need to kill 2 more. Something like that.
Lift up.
Oh no, this is kinda bad.
Keep it.
Something?
Petrified? Ah. Sucks.
That's it!
That sucks.
Hey. This isn't working.
I think it's... Oh, Adair is paralyzed as well. Okay, this fight is going bad very quickly.
What? Architect, were then. That's it!
poisoned.
Anna is poisoned. That's fine. We track. One of them is dead. The other is close to dying.
That looked like it.
We lost Kana. Okay. The other we track is dead also. Petrified? Oh no. This crystal eater causing problems.
That's not very helpful.
Might need some help here.
So we just gotta survive till the after. Okay, Mitral is okay.
Hey. Hey.
Alright.
Alright.
They're all okay. Oh, the wood beetle.
Bullseye.
Hey.
I need some sort of charm protection. Oh, I can go down from here.
I shall be discreet.
I need some sort of charm confusion protection against these. I bet the priest has a spell that I have looked at 1,000 times and forgot again.
Parathis!
James Bond charming.
Hey.
This is important.
Will do. Blood makes the sun. Blood makes the ground.
Great.
That's
Hey.
James Bond.
Easy does it.
They must have noticed that it's the same tune in the theme song of James Bond. I wonder why they went along with it. If they actually intended it, or they just... It's okay, it doesn't matter. If they just thought like that.
Brave thou Achilles.
What?
Die! I have them.
It's 100% improvised.
Brave thou Achilles.
I don't know, maybe.
Following your lead.
I somehow don't think so.
That's how it's done.
That's not very helpful.
Alright, dear Mamo, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you. I'll see you next time. Go get some rest.
You're not getting
Bullseye.
I have them.
Hey.
That's not very helpful.
And what does the flame reveal?
Alright, Parrot, thanks so much as well. Thank you for being here, modding, helping. I'll see you next time as well. Have a great sleep, you two. And a great night. So I think that is... No, not all of this level. Let's check. Thanks for being here. I haven't been here. Bye-bye. I haven't been to this room. Or the end of this corridor. Okay, so this level wasn't that bad. What didn't you like about this level, Geronimus, if you're still here? If you'd care to answer. Why did you make that a comment? Is it because of these spikes? I just saw the Bear's message. I hope you enjoy all the games I vote for Impulse and come to implicitly trust me. Okay, let's rest.
They'll never know.
So, level 10. I am guessing, obviously just guessing, that there might be a boss here. And I just got the achievement for completing the middle 5 levels.
Great.
Even though I didn't complete level 10, I just started it. I don't know what that's about.
Hey.
Okay, this is a good ambush. If I've ever seen one.
Yeah?
Hey.
Brave thou Philothili.
Have we killed them or did they escape? I think we killed them. Okay.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
That's it!
Did we switch weapons? Of course we did.
Yes?
Of course we did. I should have paid attention.
Yes? Hey.
Okay, we need a key. That's cool. Oh wait, this map is really small.
That's it!
You're not...
I'll stay out of sight.
You're not getting through me.
Hey,
That's it!
look at all these spiders.
Ah, thank you.
Let's burn them.
Most
Well done.
I've been... I have...
Die! Die!
Sacre!
Die!
Rope-like strands of webbing glisten with moisture.
Shh.
Ancient crumbling bones are all that remain of countless victims, and we got the key.
Following your lead.
Hey.
Following your lead.
So there's something wrong with my formation, I think.
How may I help? I shall.
What?
Brave thou Philos.
Are we all paralyzed? Is everyone paralyzed?
Brave thou Philos, believe.
The druid saves the day, kinda. Not paralyzed anymore.
You can try.
Okay.
Brave
Come on.
thou Philos.
You're cheating. Oh, okay.
Sure. Yeah?
Brave thou Philos, believe.
50% progress with Kayan Gula. Rod of Pale Shades. Okay. So we did kill something special in there. To get that treasure. So Danalia. Exceptional with plus attack speeds. And accuracy. I kinda like it. No DR bypass, but I think this is starting to fall off, maybe. Kinda low damage in there. But then again, I don't give a weapon to Adair for damage, right? So what is this? Attacks can stun on crits. Inflicts disorienting for 5 seconds on hits. So this inflicts minus accuracy. Is this better? Stun on crits, disorienting on hits, but we don't really expect the druid to hit with the wand or rod too often, do we? I guess it's still better than this one. I don't know. I don't know. Let's switch this. Hopefully it's better.
Hey.
So we did actually go through the next 2 levels quite quickly and easily. This was a very small one. Let's find the next stairs up. I expect it to be on level 11. I hear sporlings.
Hello? Hello?
Very small map again. The luminous mushrooms give off a heavy earthy musk.
That's not very helpful.
That didn't... This thing isn't doing the job.
What are you doing?
Suck! Gotcha!
Adragan, what is this? Primordial. So, okay. This is not going great.
Hey, if it makes you rest easy.
Get you out of here, if you can. You shift. You run. You run more. You attack. Insect swarm. The insects will be the death of us. Need to use the second winds. Durance is pretty much dead. Tanks are surviving. If I can kill the small ones, maybe I'll have a chance at this one. Or maybe I focus on that one. Try to finish the small ones with the druid, yeah? Okay. Durance is down. Oh no.
Die already!
Can we summon the Drake behind them maybe?
Roak! Fortacoa!
Wind Blight? Why did that appear? Is it just a new summon? Aloth has fallen, knocked out.
Show him how it's done!
Stunned? Oh no.
Yes?
Oh, okay. That kinda sucks. Well, she's up again, and she's down again.
Let me.
I have. Sacre! Your tale ends here! Brave Alphilati.
Okay, need to use the druid spells. A fearsome ball of fire bounces from enemy to enemy. Shock damage and terrifies anyone. Plague of insects. Let's try to get this off. Oh no, okay. It's a problem.
Our giant has been overwhelmed!
Wow. Are you using your spells against me? Am I actually dying? TPK? Wow, okay, okay. We died. We died. Too many shades in the back line. And I was too, you know, hurt to begin with. So we are going to put you all back.
Right away. Yes?
Hey there.
This thing isn't doing...
This
thing isn't... doing the job. This... Mo...
That's a problem. There is charm. Actually, maybe we can now focus on this big one. Okay, it's dead.
What?
That was the cause of our problems with summons and stuff, I think.
Hey.
That's not very helpful.
Hey, you're not getting through me.
Die!
Brave Alphilati.
A winding mass of vicious thorns and thick vines spans the gap between the cavern walls. There are spaces here and there in the vegetation, and you can see into the chamber beyond, but it will be difficult to pass through unscathed. Look at the vines. The vines have grown so thick and tangled as to form a nearly impenetrable wall. Many of the thorns are as long as the span of your palm. From time to time you hear the faintest creak, as if something had shifted slightly within the mass. So we can try to cross or cut away, but I think I should look around first. Why can't we try to burn it? I think it does make more sense than trying to hack our way through it.
Brave.
So these are props.
Brave.
That's not helpful.
Disease pudding. That doesn't sound very tasty.
Bye.
Stop.
That's not very
This thing is...
Ixi. You. This isn't working.
Hey.
What happened? What happened? We progressed 100% with the disease puddings.
This thing isn't doing the...
That.
Of course.
Brave thou be lost.
And
No, okay. They are all converted.
Yes.
Come on, at least they cannot move. I could just, you know, make a firewall and run away. Okay.
hey there.
Forticore! Brave thou.
I'll teach you a lesson.
This isn't working.
That's not very helpful. That's not very... That's not very helpful. This
isn't working.
That's not very helpful.
Scadops Hazel. Kikadop. Scadop. It's exceptional. 10 accuracy granted to an ally. Jolting touch on critical hit. Now I do like the 10 accuracy granted to an ally effects, which was on this pistol. On Durance. So maybe we switch to this. instead. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put it here for now. You'll think about it later. Okay. Shh. Look at Duran's almost dead.
Hey.
Let's rest. So why are they friendly? I don't like them being friendly. See, they are not friendly anymore. That's a problem. Giant dank spore. Just go away. Stop. What are you doing? Why are you scouting? Stop scouting.
Oh, alright then.
No, you're not scouting, you're just slowed down.
Bullseye.
Sacre tú!
Okay.
Sacre!
Understood. Up to the gristle.
Of course.
We just need to focus them down. They cannot move. Ring of Thorns, +3 dexterity. Okay. You casually find a +3 dexterity, +5 reflex item. So it should definitely be an upgrade to somebody. So we have dexterity on Mithril on the gloves, which is +2. I could take this off. And if I do that, I got my gloves slots open. You know, this crit multiplier could be one to give her. Or we could take the Goddess of Ogre Might from Hiravius, which possibly could be better. So we have these gloves and this ring. That ring I'm not going to give to anyone, probably. What is dexterity again? Does it impact spellcasting speed? Action speed with all attack spells and abilities. So, I think it's best endurance. He doesn't have any dexterity sources. Oh, he does. from the stack helm. Maybe we switch things around. We do something like this. Which is not really ideal. I like the athletics on Durance. And intellect on Aloth. That's okay though. It's not that bad. They are useful on all of them, so. I think I like this distribution of items. I like the dexterity gloves on Durance for sure. And more dexterity on Mithril is what's more important. +5 reflex, that's not really great for Mithril. Mithril already has very high reflex. Like 84. Well, we'll keep it for now. Okay. Oh. Yeah, of course that's going to happen.
That's it!
This isn't working!
Hey there.
Die!
Great.
We killed one.
Brave.
On it! That's it!
Come on. Giant spore.
Die!
Hold up.
Nice. 100% base year progress. Killing one was enough. Maybe it's a unique item. Item? Unique creature. It would make sense if it was.
I'll take a peek.
I think I'm getting tired and careless. I've been making way too many mistakes. Very good rogue weapon. For melee. It's superb. Wow. I really like it. This is the first superb item that we have found. However, I have no one to use this with. I don't have melee DPSers. Obviously, I can give it to Akana. For accuracy when attacking the same target as an ally. It has damaging 3. So damaging 3... Wait, damaging 3? It's not here. Interesting. So damaging 3 is somewhere between fine and exceptional, and it cannot actually be chosen as an enchant. Is that it? So this is what the other weapon has, though. Which requires level 12. We are not even level 12 yet. I like this one for damage converted to endurance. And graze is converted to hits because Adair is not necessarily the best hitter. This would have been a great weapon if we had someone to use it with. Let's give it to Kana. Also, they all have wrong items now. Okay.
Hey.
So this would lead here, allowing us to bypass this fight. So we don't have to interact with it now, I guess. But what if there's something special in there, like an item in the middle of the path, right? Nah, probably not. Probably not. Although I am curious. So I will save and try. So there wasn't stairs... Oh, wait, maybe there is actually. Let's take a look at this first. Cut away at the vegetation with a weapon. You deal a sturdy blow to the nearest vine and get little result. These vines seem unnaturally resistant. No amount of hacking, smashing or cutting seems to have much effect. It would take far too long to cut away all of them. Cross the wall. The moment you start to step through, the entire wall gives a great heave, coming alive in a surging mass of branches and vines. Thick thorny branches swing towards you with vindictive force. Despite your best efforts to avoid them, Kana gets hit hard in the head by one of the vines. The plants seem to react to their victory, thrashing all the more vigorously. Scythe-like barbs tear and scrape at you as you pass, surrounding you in a hailstorm of scratching, thrashing plants. With one final great effort, you scrabble clear of the vines, stumbling out into the space beyond the wall and out of reach. But this is what happens, and Kana gets an injury. Is there a quick way back into level 11? There is. Okay, so we have a quick access here, which means this could be when we stop for, I think, because the next stairs would be, I don't know, level 13 or 14, or maybe
I must say I'm impressed.
Maybe no next stairs at all. So I'm going to visit Dunstan, try to get the weapon repaired. Drakes will attack the stronghold in 5 days. What are drakes doing attacking my stronghold? What the heck? How are you even organized? And how did we get that information?
I'm a forge master.
Hmm.
We were all...
So that wasn't all. We need another piece of the weapon. We got 3 pieces, but we need another piece.
Not as beautiful as the Anguithan ruins near my home, but...
Shut up.
Your fortress is impressive in its own little way.
Okay, let's resolve this issue. Sorry, Pie Priest. Worms. Where are the promised drakes? What? Oh, there they are.
Brave thou...
I'll chew the gristle.
I have...
Thing.
Bullseye.
Brave thou Philothelim.
That's not what I was
Last thing the deer would
thinking
need
would happen.
is another foreign colony.
So we lost 5.
Hey.
Okay. Let's rest. Hey, Camilio. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's great to see you. How are you today? But you just arrived when I was about to stop for the day. I do appreciate you stopping by and saying hi, though. You're very good. That's very good to hear. So let's do a small recap of what happened and what's about to happen. So we did complete all the side content. We did everything we can do in Act 2. We are about to finish Act 2. That is what this is. Then there are some quests. This will happen in time. This is very difficult for us, as we found out. This will happen later, probably Act 3. This map we haven't found, probably it's after Act 2. We have stopped Endless Paths for now. I will go back there later. We cleared level 11. So there are 4 more levels left. And this will happen in time. This is Endless Paths. This map we haven't discovered. So there is the final 4 levels of Odd Nua. Then there is the White March DLC. Apart from finishing Act 2 and going to Act 3. So I think next week I'm going to start by going to the White March. How do I like Pillars? I'm loving it. I think it's a very good game. It is, you know, the writing is very good. Voice acting is very good. It is a worthy successor to, spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate. I'm loving it. I'm loving it so far. So yeah, I think I'm going to start on the DLC.
New critical
Hey,
hits
Marto
boost.
is here.
Marto_Varna just boosted Mass Effect.
Welcome, Marto. How are you, buddy? It's good to see you as well. Let's give you your Mass Effect boosts. Before we go to that boost, Mass Effect, yes, for sure. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm tired though. This week has been not very kind to me. It's been tiring. So I think I will end soon. But I'm happy with the progress we made in this game. We finished Act 2, or pretty much finished. All but finished Act 2. We did a ton of side content. We got very, very strong, you know, for where we are in the game. So I'm really happy with it. And next week we are going to start by doing the White March Part 1, as was advised by Thor. We are going to finish the first part of White March. We are going to finish Act 2. At some point, probably do some Act 3, and we are going to do White March Part 2. And then, you know, probably finish Odd Nua and all the side content, and then the game, which should take 2 to 3 weeks. I'm guessing, I don't know, but we'll see, you know. So next week also, I should stop the timer. Next week, after Sunday stream, probably. I'm going to be starting the new poll. Just giving a heads up. The new poll is going to be consisting of the top 4 games of Critical Hits list as usual, which are as of now. And KOTOR 2, Nox, Tyranny, and Dragon Age 2. So you still have 5 more streams to change the top 4 if you are attempting. But after that, the top 4 will be locked and the poll is going to be consisting of them. And then we are going to be choosing game number 21. So yeah, I am happy with this week's progress, and I'm also tired. So we are going to be finding someone to raid. I'm sorry for everyone who just joined. I'd like to continue more. In fact, I really have a hard time stopping on Sundays because I will have to wait 5 days until I come back to the game. It is sad. It's sad, but you know, I'd better get some rest. So let's go raid. Who? Let's go raid who? We could raid Yarozi. When did we raid Yarozi? Anytime soon? No, it must have been a while. It has been a while. Let's raid Yarozi. Yarozi is very friendly, a very cool person. Also, very friendly community as well. So let's go say hi. Yarozi is playing Gal Act Heroism on a Real Saturn narrative roguelike JRPG. I've never heard of it. Hopefully we will enjoy it. I mean, games Yarozi plays are always enjoyable, so we'll see what it is. Let's go there, say hi, spread some love. I will be back in 2 days to do something very different something almost never do on this channel. In fact, I have only done it once, which is playing an RPG non-adventure game. We are going to be starting Half-Life series on Tuesday, and we are going to play Half-Life Opposing Force Blue Shift Half-Life 2 episode 1 and episode 2 in order on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So we are going to be staying away from adventure games for a little while, for a few weeks. I'm really excited about that also. It's going to be cool. But I will be back to Pillars of Eternity next Friday, which I'm excited about as well. So thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate your presence. I appreciate the follows and the subs and the resubs and, you know, chatting here, helping me when I ask for help, not helping me when I don't ask for help, and lurking, just being here. I really appreciate all of you. Hope to see you soon again. And until then, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.